Keelan?
Sorry, Mayor, we're all set.
Commissioner Rubio, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all set, Mayor. We're recording. Thank you.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
1 minute.
I'll hear you.
We all hear you, Mayor. And now we go.
Can you hear us?
He looks like he's frozen.
Yeah, there's something not right here. Yeah.
I can see him. He's moving.
No, he's not.
All right, good.
Oh, God.
Okay, so now I'm on my cell phone because the laptop apparently will not work. Keelan, you have started recording, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have one important pre-gavel item this morning. I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Mapps. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, thank you for creating a moment for I know a very important moment. Thank you for taking a moment to mourn and celebrate the life of a longtime city employee, Teresa Ann Solano Diaz, who passed away unexpectedly on March 23rd at the age of 54. Teresa was a lifelong Oregonian. Born in Salem, she graduated from Mount Vernon High School in 1984 and went on to attend Oregon State University. Teresa married in 1997 and had 4 sons and then 4 grandchildren. She was a lifelong public servant. She worked at El Programa Hispana, the Washington County Department of Housing Services, and for the last 18 years, she worked at the city of Portland, answering phone calls in English and Spanish, first at our old who to call at City Hall phone line, and most recently on our 311 team. Many of us who work in City Hall or at the Office of Civic Life remember Teresa's taking calls from community members, helping people with problems ranging from graffiti to potholes to paying bills to connecting with our council offices. And those of us who remember Teresa also remember her infectious laughter. We will remember her kindness. Those of us who remember Teresa will miss her fun-loving spirit. We will miss the love and joy she shared with us. And we will miss the song that she brought to our workplace. This past weekend, Teresa's friends and family came together to celebrate her life at a memorial in Hillsborough. And this Friday, April 15th at 3:30, Teresa's work family will gather to celebrate her life in the Portland Building's Lizzie Weeks room. This morning, I'd like to close by thanking Teresa's family for being here today. Today, my thoughts are also with Teresa's work family. I want to acknowledge that many city staffers who are watching today to honor our friends. I know you are in pain and in mourning. That's why I want to encourage you to take care of yourselves and each other. Fondly, I'd like to close by thanking Teresa Ann Solano Diaz for her service to our city. Over the course of her 18-year career at the city of Portland, she helped tens of thousands of Portlanders. I'd like to commemorate Teresa's 18 years of service to our city by taking 18 seconds of silence to remember our friend and colleague, Teresa Ann Solano Diaz. Colleagues, please join me in 18 seconds of silence. Colleagues, thank you for making space for this moment. Mr. Mayor, I will hand the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mapps, for that important commendation. And your message is a very, very important one, which is that the work we do here is important, but taking care of ourselves and each other and looking out for each other and having each other's backs is critically important. So my heart goes out to the family members and to the co-workers and loved ones who are impacted by this significant loss. And I really appreciate you all being here today to remind all of us what's truly important. So thank you for that. And colleagues, I'm sorry, I can't see the hand raise function at the moment, but if anybody else had any comments, please jump in. Very good, thank you. This is the morning session of the Portland City Council. Today's date is April 13, 2022. Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Here.
Hardesty,
Here.
Maps,
Here.
Rubio,
Here.
Wheeler.
Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available to the public to participate in the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov, and of course, Channel 30. The public may provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. Email the council clerk at councilclerk@portlandoregon.gov with any other questions. And with that, we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the Council Clerk's Office for Communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony or resolutions, reports, or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the City Council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of the testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. First up is communications. Item number 256, please, Keelan.
Request of Claire Coleman Evans to address council regarding additional investigation into funding Southwest Neighborhood, Inc.
Good morning.
Claire, are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, sorry, I've had computer problems, so I wasn't able to send in the documents that I needed, so hopefully I can send those in later.
Yeah, of course, and welcome to the club. If you're having computer problems, you're not the first person today to do that.
Yeah, something is amiss. Good morning, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Claire Coleman Evans, and I'm a member of the Bridal Mile Neighborhood Association and former member of the BNA Land Use since 2005. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my concerns with regards to how defunding Sweeney and your vote on March 10th on Ordinance 190321, which Shook Bree, former executive director of Civic Life, wrote, has affected 20% of Portland residents who have been disenfranchised without their knowledge. It was very unfortunate that the council didn't listen to MAPS, who worked at Civic Life, and voted no and asked the council to postpone the vote until after the ACEDA audit was done. It would have saved the city a great deal of money. The city received the ACEDA audit March 19th, per Multnomah County DA, which was 9 days after the vote. Then the city's refusal to make the ACEDA audit public for 2 months was extremely troubling. The city's refusal to release the audit until Multnomah County DA ordered the city to release it on May 11th On May 18th, the audit was released to the public. Needless to say, civic life was now in a free fall. The ACETA audit in comparison to the Sweeney Marsh audit was unfairly, which victimized Sweeney, who was unfairly victimized and targeted by civic life. With regards to money and cost, since we're doing budgets, to quote the interim director, Michael Montoya, in his January 11th presentation to BAC concerning civic life budget, he stated, for example, the Southwest Neighborhoods District Service Coalitions we hired this year cost more than the grant amounts we had customarily given to the former not-for-profit coalition that council defunded after a forensic audit found physical improprieties. Not only is this ordinance more costly, there is a significant lack of services. Civic Life is duplicating services by starting a land use and transportation meeting on the same night Sweeney has held the land use meeting for years. Why is this happening? Why is Civic Life now competing with Sweeney? It does not make sense. I had to file a grievance, and even before I filed my grievance, Civic Life was unable to provide mediation services to our INA and help us with communications. It was a complete failure to help us resolve our communication and the formal grievance. We filed our grievance on September 28th, and then we appealed to Sweeney. Per ONI standards, Sook told me on emails directed on August 27th, September 10th, October 4th, that I was supposed to file the ONI standards. And yet then on February 8th, I was told that that was not correct. Michael Montoya then sent a letter out, which I will give you, explaining that the council directed them to run the city-run district offices like they do. But there is currently no city contractor serving as a district coalition for Southwest. The city does not recognize Sweeney as having any.
All right, Claire, thanks. You've made some really good points, and we'll look forward to your subsequent letter as well. We appreciate it very much. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Next individual, please. Keelan, item 257.
Request of Diana Gutman to address council regarding egregious selectivity by Portland Police.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just going to start into my testimony. My name is Diana Gutman. While still recovering from an invasive surgery the previous month, my husband and I drove 4 days across the country to Portland, Oregon to look for a friend who had gone missing. He had been last seen on January 27th, and an official first missing persons report was filed on C-622, case number 22-901. His mother was unable to get assistance from law enforcement, even for determining whether her son was still alive, and reached out to us for help. We contacted his phone company to see if they could possibly give us if he or someone else on his account any information as whether his phone was active, just trying to find out just trying to find evidence that he might be alive. The representative at Verizon was very understanding of our plight. She commiserated with us and informed us that they had a team for this purpose. The only hang-up was that they could not work with us unless law enforcement was involved, which told his mother they wouldn't confirm whether or not her son was alive, even if they learned that he was alive. Another friend who was searching, who was spearheading the search, reached out to TriMet to see if they could search security footage to see whether he was alive. A TriMet officer willing to post a missing persons flyer, but could only assist further with law enforcement involvement. We didn't know our friend's state of mind at the time, so during our search, we visited locations where we thought he might go in to pursue safety. When we stopped by a place that we previously had lived, we learned that only 1 week earlier, one of the current residents was prevented from entering her home because of a man against whom she had a restraining order, was parked outside the building to intercept her. management called the police to inform them of the situation. They were told that no officers would even drive by because they didn't want to intimidate the man against whom an Oregon state judge and a court of law had signed the restraining order. This reopened a personal wound. In November 2018, I attended the Portland Fashion Style Award while in possession of a restraining order against the man who raped me and took me on a networking trip in Canada. The coordinator of the event even told me I had to leave because I was making the man uncomfortable. I showed her my protective order, which she took to the directors of the event. When she returned, she said the police had been called and said that under the circumstances, I would be the one that needed to leave or I would be escorted from the property by law enforcement. 3.5 years later, the experience of a resident who in court had appealed for and been granted a protection order suggests that this is no longer the case. We are not asking for a corrective flow of apologies for their responses and lack of assistance to their distressed mother. We are not asking to relinquish to the pat on the back for a job well done when that job was done by someone else entirely. We are not asking that they apologize for not enforcing a protective order. We're not even asking for pay reduction. We are only asking that they fulfill their function and that the city of Portland does a thorough investigation on all open cases at the Portland Police Bureau and monitor their work and effort and selectivity of cases that are addressed. Public safety is a community effort, and the people of Portland deserve better.
Diana, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. And as the police commissioner, I hear you. And I will acknowledge that our investigative unit was inadequately staffed. We've taken steps to rectify that. We've added an entire new investigative unit in the last year or so. We are obviously trying to staff up other parts of the criminal investigative unit so that nobody falls through the cracks. I agree with you 100%. Every case deserves full attention. And I'm sorry that this case did not get the attention that you and others believe it deserved. And so I just want you to know I'm not here to do any of the things you said you don't want me to do, except to acknowledge that I've heard you, that we see the problem, and that we are taking steps to rectify it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I appreciate your being here today. Thank you. And your partner or friend as well.
My husband.
Husband. Thank you. And he has very good taste in ties, I know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate both of you. Thanks for taking the time to be here today. Next individual, please, Keelan. Item number 258, please.
Request of Glenn Gutman to address council regarding egregious selectivity by Portland Police.
All right, it's your moment.
Yeah, greetings. Are you able to hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Okay. You look good.
My name's Glenn Gutman, and I heard everything that you just said to my wife, and thank you. I also enjoy this tie. Just some other events that went on during our visit back to the city. So we went to visit Portland to help find a friend of ours who'd gone missing. His mother had filed a missing person report, but had received no help. First thing we did was contact Verizon. They said they have a team for it, but they can only work with law enforcement. You've heard this. We went to visit a place where we had previously lived and learned that a restraining order had been met with a refusal to enforce because they didn't want to intimidate the man. But that same week while we were there, my wife was visiting a friend of ours who lives in the Pearl District. And while she was there, our friend received a text message saying that the police had been called because there was an unknown person of color who was stowing his belongings on a porch. And within the hour, the police had arrived to chase the man off the property. We don't know what became of his belongings. But the contrast between those two is very alarming. Refusal to enforce an order by an Oregon state judge and a preference for chasing helpless minorities off of wealthy property is just, it's so egregiously selective. Ecclesiastes 4:1. So I returned and I considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun, and behold the tears of such as were oppressed, and they had no comforter. And on the side of their oppressors there was power, but they had no comforter. And Exodus 23:6. Do not deny anyone justice in his lawsuit because he is poor. Our friend was located by the Tigard police. They gave him shoes, a tent, and a ride to the Bybee Lake Hope Center. Since they weren't in communication with Port Police, they didn't realize he was considered a missing person, but they helped him anyway. A stranger who saw our flyers contacted us, and we were reunited with our friend. While we were bringing him to live with us, he and his mother were both called and scolded for not reporting that he had been found. Our friend didn't even realize he was missing, and it boggles my mind that anyone would think his mother would call to update the report after how thoroughly it was communicated to her that the report's existence served no purpose at all. And Deuteronomy 16:9, you're not to distort justice or show favoritism. You're not to accept a bribe, for a gift blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of even the upright. Ecclesiastes 9:16-17, I've always said that wisdom is better than strength, but no one thinks of the poor as wise or pays any attention to what they say. It's better to listen to the quiet words of someone wise than the shouts of a ruler at a council of fools. And Proverbs 22:2, the rich and poor have this in common, the Lord made them both. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your attentiveness. Thank you.
Thank you both, and I think Commissioner Hardesty has a comment as well. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Diana and Glenn. It's good to see you both again. After 2 years of living in this box, it's nice to see you guys happy and healthy. I want to acknowledge that it is not okay when you call the police and say you have a restraining order, and they tell you they don't want to make the person the restraining order is against uncomfortable. That is absolutely not a legally defensible response when someone calls seeking help. When a judge issues a restraining order, it is a hard thing to get. And if a judge issues it, I actually expect our police to actually be very responsive and not have the excuses that you continue to hear. And I just wanted to say that I am sorry. I know your own experience, Diana, was pretty horrific. And here you are back trying to help a friend, and you're getting the same kind of interaction. It is not okay. It is not acceptable. And I look forward to a day where no one comes and testifies here that that's the experience they've had with our police force. So thank you both for being here, and thank you for taking care of each other. You look good. Hi, notwithstanding.
Nice to see you.
Yes.
Good to see you both.
Thank you. Next individual, please, Keelan, item number 259.
Request of Lauren Everett to address council regarding Portland Tenants United's proposed tenant protection ordinance to address the urgent issue of landlord harassment.
Hi, good morning, commissioners and mayor. Thank you for this time. My name is Lauren Everett, and I'm a volunteer organizer with Portland Tenants United. I'm here today to advocate for the introduction and passage of the Tenant Protection Ordinance to address harassment and constructive evictions. This policy is closely modeled on anti-harassment ordinances found in a number of California cities, including San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, Santa Monica, and as of just last summer, Los Angeles. It addresses bad faith landlord behavior intended to either persuade a tenant to leave their home or to exploit the power imbalance in a conflict situation so that the landlord prevails. Having heard hundreds of stories from Portland tenants over the past 7 years, I know that this behavior is unfortunately an all too common recourse for some landlords when the law is not on their side. And moreover, it tends to increase in tandem with protective policies like the relocation ordinance and the eviction moratoriums. In our recent survey, which had almost 200 respondents, 65% experienced at least one of the housing issues outlined in the proposed policy. Of those, nearly 1/2 felt that they were being harassed. While there were a number of avenues taken to address these issues, including contacting the rental services office, the rate of resolution was very low. Only 4% of respondents were able to resolve their problems completely, while for 46%, the issues were not resolved at all. Additionally, over half of all respondents experienced some kind of direct threat to their housing stability in 2021, and 1/3 of those individuals listed harassment as a cause of this precarity. Lastly, respondents indicated that having a rental services office, which can process and investigate complaints, is one of their top 3 policy priorities for 2022. I present these findings to you today because they illustrate an urgent need for more effective tenant protections and support. These so-called self-evictions or constructive evictions that result from harassment are an invisible part of the eviction crisis, and they're just as urgent and consequential as those that appear on the court docket. Our current available recourses are simply inadequate. PTU has been advocating for this policy for well over 2 years. We have met with all of the commissioners' offices at this point, and with Commissioners Maps and Rubio directly. And our understanding is that they're all supportive of this policy. You are all supportive of this policy moving forward in some form. We've also been advised by all of the commissioners that as housing commissioner, it's expected that Commissioner Ryan bring this to council. We have been informed that his staff is reviewing it, which is a positive development, but we are deeply concerned that after 2 years of advocacy, this issue is not receiving the urgent response that is so desperately needed. We call on all commissioners and Mayor Wheeler to prioritize review, ordinance drafting, and introduction of this policy for a vote as soon as possible, and to evaluate options for expanding the rental services office to take a more proactive role in supporting tenants in Portland. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here. Commissioner Ryan has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wheeler, and thank you, Lauren Everett, for these remarks. I just want to highlight that the Rental Services Commission will be taking this up in their annual work plan later this year, and the commissioners are city council appointed community representatives with expertise in a variety of housing issues and topics, and I look forward to their work and recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Next individual, please, Keelan, item number 260.
Request of Leor Schweitzer to address council regarding landlord harassment of tenants.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Leor Schweitzer. I'm a volunteer organizer with Portland Tenants United. And I am also here to talk about the tenant protection ordinance and share some more information on top of what Lauren just shared. So the first thing I want to do, one of the things that I get to do as an organizer with Portland Tenants United is to respond to emails and text requests for support. Many of those are addressing harassment, and I want to give you some examples of the types of harassment that we hear tenants talk about on a regular basis. Many of these are bad faith or cause evictions, or things like spitting on the floor, having pet waste in their yard, or having leaves in their yard. Landlords have also cut off or turned off electricity, cut off access to water, took away or removed parking spaces, blasted music into the tenant's apartment in the middle of the night, did repeated inspections or violating the right of entry, refused to receive payments or required use of non-functioning web portals, changed the locks before tenants were done moving out, refused or delayed fixes to hot water, water leaks, problems where there wasn't heat or leaking oil heaters, yelling at tenants, belittling tenants, and intimidating them with misogynistic and racist comments, multiple violations with little or no basis or change of behavior, and those can be for noise or for smoking or a variety of other issues. So these are the sorts of things that we hear from tenants on a regular basis. And I want to talk about why this sort of policy is going to help people in that situation. Many of the things that you heard are already illegal, but some of them are legal, and this would help clarify that they're behavior that's not acceptable. Even the things that are not legal don't have really great consequences. For example, a landlord's lack of rights to enter the premises without prior notice. Tenants don't have that much that they can do if a landlord violates that, except for get a judge to tell the landlord that they're not allowed to do it. And also, these different pieces are dispersed throughout the legal code, city, state, federal, in different places, which can make it very difficult to talk about a general behavior that the landlord is displaying towards the tenants. And this list of behaviors, it's not, what we're proposing here is not original. It's not cutting edge, like Lauren mentioned. We are late to the game. There are lots of other cities that have instituted tenant protections many years ago and have seen these sorts of issues, and have therefore done these sorts of harassment protections. And what this would provide tenants is a sense of recourse. What we hope is that it will create more pressure and incentive for landlords to participate in mediation and to resolve things outside of court. But what we've seen with the relocation ordinance in general that does have this sort of clear language and consequences is that tenants are more empowered to address the issues as they come up, which is what we're really hoping to create more power for tenants to address and redress these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here this morning. All right. Why don't we go to the consent agenda? Keelan, have any items been pulled off of the consent agenda?
No, we've received no requests.
All right. Please call the roll on the consent agenda.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The consent agenda is adopted. We'll go to the first time certain item, please. Item number 261.
Recognize 2021 Green Street Steward Award winners.
Commissioner Maps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, the Green Street Steward program encourages volunteers to help maintain environmental services green stormwater infrastructure. Here, we're talking about infrastructure like our green streets and bioswales. Back in 2017, this program developed awards for volunteers that go above and beyond in categories like total hours volunteered, debris collected, litter collected, and most valuable partner. The Green Street Stewards team is grateful for the work of the community members who help maintain our green streets, and we know that there's even more work being done that we don't know about. We are here today to recognize 3 businesses and 2 community members who went above and beyond in 2021. And now I will hand it off to Svetlana Hedin with the Bureau of Environmental Services, who will tell us more about the program and will announce this year's Green Street Awards winner. Svetlana, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am trying to share my screen. Just a moment. Here we go. All right. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Need my notes, sorry. Wonderful. Well, good morning, Commissioner and Mayor. Thank you for having me. My name is Svetlana Hedin. I work for the Bureau of Environmental Services in the Community Engagement Group. And today I would like to recognize our 2021 Green Street Steward Award winners. The Green Street Steward program was established in 2010, and it was a 6-month pilot project in North Columbia neighborhood due to concentrated number of green streets in that area. The community members reached out to us asking how they can get involved in helping looking after our green infrastructure. Just to give you a little background, green streets are landscaped areas. They are located between road and sidewalk. They capture, slow, and filter stormwater runoff. They help keep stormwater and pollutants out of our waterways and reduce risk of sewer backups into streets and basements. The program created simple maintenance guide at the time. We developed web pages and a registration process and sent letters to adjacent residents in the North Columbia neighborhood, and we got 5% participation. From that moment on, we decided that it was a good idea to develop a citywide program, and in 2012, that's exactly what we did. At present moment, it is still a citywide program. We have 590 green streets adopted by 238 volunteers. 80 of those are businesses, and the businesses were adopted with the partnerships from Sustainability at Work It's one of the programs from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. We love that partnership. So as a volunteer, the Green Street Stewards are helping the city by performing simple activities that include removing trash, debris from the inlets so the water can actually enter the facility. And sometimes we encourage people to weed and water in the summer as well. And these are some resources that we developed. We have a maintenance guide and activity log that's been translated both into Spanish as well as English. We have a very interactive video that we created of how to do the maintenance activities. We have a weed identification guide and suggested plant list for people who would like to spruce up their green street and plant additional vegetation in there. So with that, here is our shining stars for year of 2021. Businesses that went beyond norm is HA4 investment real estate with picking up trash, 115 gallons of it. Most dedicated steward for the businesses was Harper House Peterson Regalis Inc. with 21.25 hours. And debris champion is PBS Engineering and Environmental with 315 gallons of debris collected. And some of our community members that went beyond norm is Lyle Remington. He is champion for both trash champion and most dedicated steward with 70 hours logged in. And of course, our debris champion was Kenneth McCollum with 225 gallons. And we also recognize most valuable partner with Central Eastside Industrial Council. We would like to recognize them because they build relationships with houseless communities that live in the bioswales and helping them to be stewards of their sites. And just like Commissioner Maps mentioned, that these are just some of the work that we do get logged in, people who actually report activities. There is so much work done beyond that that people do not report, that we just don't know the exact numbers for those. And so now I would like to invite Marty Yoder, our community member, who is our super steward, and Kate Merrill, Executive Director of Central Eastside Industrial Council, to provide their testimonies. Thank you both for being here.
I guess I'll go first. Kate Merrill, Executive Director of Central Eastside Industrial Council. The Central Eastside community and our invaluable partners at Trash for Peace's Ground Score program and BES are really what made this work possible. When we started this program, the bioswale at the gate of our district, the foot of the Morrison Bridge at Martin Luther King, had compacted soils. There was regular dumping in the area, and trash would regularly flow into the drains going into our river. Rather than fencing off the bioswales, we chose to work with the community on a more holistic solution. Through the innovative ideas of nearby businesses, such ground score leaders as Barbara Weber, BES's Svetlana Edin, and our former program manager, Adrian Chalet, we developed an innovative peer-led program working with the people living in the bioswales. Ground Score trains on the purpose of the bioswales and engages people living there in rebuilding and maintaining these green assets while offering fair wages for their work. Over 50 tree plantings later, here we are today, proud to continue this program into the future. And we thank you for this award and thank the Bureau of Environmental Services for your willingness, enthusiasm, and leadership on this project. Thank you so much.
Good morning, I'm Marty Yoder. when we moved to Portland 50 years ago, I entered with the idea that every neighborhood is my neighborhood. And that has continued since we moved to the South Waterfront 6 years ago. One of the first people I contacted actually was Svetlana. And our relationship has gone well beyond bioswales since then. She has become my go-to person for information and resources. And I would like to say that every city program that she has referred me to or department has performed in a very efficient, friendly, and helpful way. So I commend the city for that. If you're familiar with the South Waterfront neighborhood, you know that two of our very special accessories are the Elizabeth Carruthers Park and the Willamette Greenway, which were really the heart of our community down here. They are both used heavily by residents, by visitors, by a neighborhood Montessori school, and even provide a healing garden perspective for the cancer treatment patients across the street who view Carruthers Park during their treatments. Now, obviously, this takes a lot of upkeep. So within the first couple of years I lived here, I noticed Josh Keniston from the Parks Department, one of the horticulturists, working in the heat of the August sun alone in Carruthers Park, and asked him if he would like to have some volunteers. As a result of that, we now have 24 volunteers who have adopted sections, their choice, of areas in Carruthers Park or the Greenway. They manage them and supervise them and their own schedule, their own demands, and their own degree of interest. So this has become a very supportive part of the community, and we constantly get expressions of gratitude from people who pass by for the way that the area is being maintained. I really, clearly, we are not unusual in Portland for our volunteer efforts. I think Portland is loaded with volunteers who are looking for ways to be involved. I think to kind of adapt the Central City Concerns motto of clean and safe Portland, I'd like to add clean, safe, and beautiful Portland. And I think that requires the efforts of both the city and volunteers alike. And I'm pleased to be one of those volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you both. Does anybody have any questions for us?
No, but I would, Svetlana, I do thank you for being with us today. And I want to thank all of the volunteers and award winners for helping keep our environment and rivers clean. And Mr. Mayor, I think we can probably hand it back to you now.
Very good. Thank you. That was a terrific presentation. Congratulations, everybody. Great work. And I appreciated the call to community civic action. I think that's great. And I recognize many of you for many civic efforts in the past. And we sure appreciate everything you do as engaged citizens here in the city of Portland. Thank you. And Commissioner Mapps, thank you for bringing this presentation forward. It's a great way to start our morning. Thank you. Colleagues, next up is another time certain. Item number 262, please.
Appoint Bruce Broussard, Kelly Holtz, and Tim Larson to the River Community Advisory Committee for terms to expire April 12th, 2025.
This is a report. Commissioner Ryan.
Boy, sorry about that. I was trying to get my unmuted button to work. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here this morning. It's my honor to turn the River Community Advisory Committee. It's better known as RCAC. It was formed as a result of City Title 28, the Floating Structures Code, Title 28 was written with the joint city and river community collaboration. The purpose of this committee is to partner with the city to help develop guidelines and procedures in applying the Title 28 and to provide community input and guidance in an advisory capacity to the BDS director regarding river issues in relation to Title 28. RCAC's 6 members represent the overall river community. This includes floating homeowners, contractors, club members. RCAC members are appointed by the City Council to 1 3-year term with the possibility of serving a second 3-year term. I'm pleased to present the 3 candidates for appointment to a 3-year term by RCAC members. I now will hand this off to David Pbot from Development Services to introduce each of our appointees today. David, it's good to see you. Please take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan and Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. We really appreciate the opportunity to bring these 3 qualified citizens before Council with the intent of them serving their community on the RCAC. It's really a valuable tool that the community really depends on for a voice with the city. My name is Dave Pbot. Once again, I'm the liaison with BDS to the RCAC. And just a little background, these 3 candidates were chosen from a total of 6 applicants, through a thorough review process. With these 3 appointments, we will have a full complement on the committee and we'll be able to conduct business at that point. To highlight the 3 candidates, and I don't see Bruce Broussard here. He may be experiencing some of those technology problems everybody else has been having. But Bruce, he is an African-American who has lived at the Jansen Beach Moorage for 20 plus years, and he has served 2 terms on the Jansen Beach Moorage Board, as well as serving on various nonprofits. Next, we have Kelly Holtz, and Kelly is here with us. She resides at the Oregon Yacht Club on the Lower Willamette, and she has also served 6 plus years on the board at the Oregon Yacht Club, holding posts from secretary to commodore of the board. And she has also served on various river-related nonprofits over the years as well. And then lastly, we have Tim Larson. He is a current Savi's Island Moorage resident and has recently completed a 3-year appointment as a Citizens Advisory Committee council member on the 20-year review of the revision of the Multnomah County Charter. And Tim is also very involved in advocating for residents on many fronts for the folks that live on the river. And with that, if there's any questions, we'd be glad to take them if you have any. But in a nutshell, that's what we have.
Thank you, David. And you said Tim is here, and who else is here? Sorry, I lost
Tim and Kelly are both here, and I have not seen Bruce.
Great. Kelly and Tim, would you like to just say a couple words on your desire to serve in this capacity? Go ahead, Kelly. What's your passion to do this?
Hi, I'm Kelly Holtz. I'm a floating home owner here at the Oregon Yacht Club. We're a floating home moorage of 39 homes here in the Lower Willamette. And I was served on the board and was the Commodore for 3 years. And in that time, I have worked really hard to meet everybody I can and learn everything I can about life on the river. As a result of my research, I have become a full-blown dredge nerd. I love dredging. Anyway, and my husband claims that I know everybody here. Anyway, I'm excited to serve on the committee. Like I said, as a homeowner, I look forward to bringing my experience and my leadership to the committee and to make the river safer for everyone.
Thank you, Kelly. And it's the first time I've heard the term dredge nerd, and I might not forget that. That's great. Tim, do you want to say just a couple words?
Yes, thank you very much. I have been privileged to serve on the Multnomah County 20-year plan revision. And during that time, I've met several hundred folks that live on the river. And we have pushed hard to get Multnomah County to adopt the City of Portland building codes for floating residences because the county had very lax codes before in regards to electrical wiring and sanitation, et cetera. So I'm happy to be able to continue that work and to advocate for the wonderful folks that live on the river, who are probably some of Portland's greatest ecological soldiers, people that are in contact with nature on a daily basis. We have a vested interest in keeping our rivers clean and healthy so everyone can enjoy them. So I appreciate your trust in me and hope to do a good job.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, David. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Wheeler.
Very good. This is a report. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Commissioner Ryan moves. Mayor seconds. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Well, thank you both for being here. I really appreciated having you say a few words on the fly. It was great to get to know you a little bit better in that moment. You know, Portland is a river city, and having people with your expertise and passion at the table, it's a group that exists, and I've had the pleasure of knowing people who live on the water, and your words rang true. And so anyway, thanks for lifting this up at this moment and for your service to our city. I vote aye.
Christie,
She had to step aside for a minute to prep for the next item.
Maps,
I want to thank Bruce, Kelly, and Tim for their service on this important committee. I vote aye.
Rubio,
I want to thank these dedicated volunteers for taking their time to participate. Keeping watch on our river is an essential part of keeping our city healthy, safe, green, and clean. Also very heartened again to see such qualified Portlanders dedicate their time to this work. I appreciate your willingness to serve. I vote aye.
Wheeler,
Well, I learned a new term today, dredge nerd. I'll add that to the list of incredible new terms that I've learned in this job. I want to thank those of you who are stepping up to serve on this committee. I'm sure living in a floating home is a unique experience. Frankly, it's one that I think I would really enjoy. But I also understand there's a lot of complexity that comes with living on the water. And so I really appreciate that people who are close to the needs of these communities are willing to serve in their volunteer capacity as a member of this committee and advise all of us on what we should do on important issues. So thank you for that. I vote aye. The report is accepted. The appointments are approved. Thanks all. Colleagues, we're about 3 minutes early for the next time certain, and rather than go to the regular agenda, why don't we just take a 3-minute-ish break here, and then we'll come back at where'd it go? Here we are. We'll come back at 10:25. So it's now 10:22. We'll take a 3-minute recess. We're in recess.
Recording stop.
unanimous. Let's see. Item number 263, time certain first reading of a non-emergency ordinance.
Authorize the Portland Bureau of Transportation to implement an event parking district in Lloyd.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. We have an ordinance before us today to start an event parking district in the Lloyd neighborhood to help manage parking and transportation during large events at the Motor Center, the Coliseum, and the Convention Center. This is a great opportunity to put some of our pricing options for equitable mobility recommendations into action. And I have here with me Christine Aldrin and from Parking Operations, and she's here to introduce the ordinance. Christina, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kristen Aldrin, and I'm a manager in Parking Operations Division of Pbot. The ordinance that we bring to Council today is to implement parking management in Lloyd Center Rose Quarter by establishing a Lloyd event district. This event district will function similar to the existing event district around Providence Park in Southwest in applying parking management tools, which have been developed based on data collection and analysis and follow the guidelines as adopted in the Parking Management Manual. Pbot's project manager, Catherine Doherty Chapman, has been working diligently on this project and will explain these approaches, goals, and benefits, and can answer any questions you may have. Catherine?
Hello, good morning. Thanks, Kristen. As I was introduced, my name is Catherine Doherty Chapman. I am a project manager at Parking Operations at Pbot, and I'm here to tell you more about the Lloyd Event Parking District. Next slide, please. Thank you. So where we're talking about is the current Lloyd meter district in lower Northeast Portland, here shown on the map. Next slide, please. And why are we talking about event parking? What's the purpose? The primary goal of event parking is to use price as a tool to manage on-street parking and to set that price high enough to encourage event attendees to take public transit, bike, walk, or carpool to events rather than drive or park on street. It is currently more expensive to take transit to an event at the Moda Center than it is to drive and park on street. Next slide, please. So what's the problem? When parking is priced too low or free, it can lead to high demand, which causes traffic congestion due to people driving around looking for on-street parking, increased air pollution, distracted driving, which can create unsafe streets for all road users, and inconsistent travel time and reliability for anyone, even if you're just riding the bus through the Rose Quarter Transit Center. And because on-street parking is free or only $1 an hour until 6 p.m., there's induced demand for people for event goers to drive and park on street in Lloyd because they can park for free and just walk a few blocks to their event. Next slide, please. Thanks. So we make our parking management decisions based on data, and per the Parking Management Manual, we did a parking study on a non-event day and an event day last fall to determine when and where and what the issue was with event parking. So we saw a 136% increase on event day on the on-street parking occupancy rate. This graph shows the event day in blue and a non-event day or a regular day in orange. And you can see between 7 and 9 p.m. it is above 90%. So this means that many blocks are completely full. So people are having to circle and drive around, and very difficult if you are living or working or just trying to deliver something in Lloyd. Next slide, please. So to address this, the proposed Lloyd event parking district will raise meter rates from the current $1 an hour to $3 per hour only during large events. This will only be in effect during days where there are scheduled events with expected attendance of at least 10,000 people. We're also going to extend the meter hours on event days till 10 p.m. So the event meter rate would be in effect from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on those large events that are in the evening, and then all day on the handful of events that we have during the day. We estimate there will be about 90 events per year which most of those are in the evening. So most of this will be between 5 and 10 p.m. There are a handful of weekends like the car show, Comic-Con, where this event rate would be in effect all day. And we looked at event start and end times and also meter transaction data to determine this. Most events start at 7 or 7:30 and end around 10. So this makes sense to target the solution to when the problem is. And we looked at meter transaction data, and we saw that most people on event days were buying parking about 90 minutes before the start of the event. We're also going to do an annual parking study and adjust the rates up or down annually to get the desired occupancy and performance. Next slide, please. So where would the event parking district be in effect? This is shown in the blue area on the map. It is the current Lloyd meter district. It's about 2/3 of that. The area shown in gray is where we would conduct a parking study to see what the impacts are to adjacent neighborhoods. That way we can be aware and informed and be prepared to address any issues that come up. And we selected this area based on the parking study data and our conversations with our community stakeholders. Next slide, please. We conducted extensive outreach in developing this plan, including a task force made up of key stakeholders, representatives from the Oregon Convention Center, the Moda Center, the Elliott Neighborhood Association, the Lloyd Community Association, Go Lloyd, and apartment and commercial building managers. We also held resident focus groups, including residents from the Louisa Flowers building, and conducted door-to-door business outreach, attended neighborhood and business association meetings, and had an online survey with over 230 responses. People were informed of this proposal and the survey through direct mail, postcards mailed to their homes or businesses. And what we heard in all of this outreach was that indeed parking and traffic were issues and concerns of residents and businesses. And most people thought that the event parking district was headed in the right direction to help address these issues. But we also heard that there was a concern about residents, especially low-income residents in buildings that don't have off-street parking. Next slide, please. So there are 2 affordable housing buildings that don't have off-street parking, and we are looking at addressing their concerns through partnering with our affordable housing transportation wallet team to offer something similar. And we are working internally on exactly what type of program would best suit their needs. We're also learned during our focus group that a lot of people don't know about the many off-street facilities that are available nearby. And 3 of those facilities offer discounts to people who live in subsidized housing. So we're gonna, Pbot staff will work with all the commercial or property managers to make sure that residents know about the off-street parking options as well. Next slide, please. So with that, we are asking you to authorize Pbot to start the Lloyd Event Parking District, which will follow the parking management manual, which was previously adopted, and use increased meter rates to manage on-street parking during these large events and extend the meter hours until 10 p.m. and adjust parking rates annually based on our parking study data. With that, I will take questions. Or do we have invited testimony first? I'm not sure. Thank you.
Mayor, what would you like to take our invited testimony first and then?
Why don't we go ahead and do that? Why don't we just hear the whole presentation up front, and that'll probably prompt some questions. And I'd hate for us to ask questions that invited testimony might be answering anyway. If that's okay with you, Commissioner, it's your show.
Perfectly makes sense to me. So we have invited testimony from Owen Roncelli, Executive Director of Go Lloyd. He will go first. Then we'll have Keith Jones, Board Chair of the Lloyd Community Association. And then we have some letters of support. So we'll have those 2 people speak, and then we'll open it up for questions. Please, Owen, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor. Hello, I'm Owen Roncelli. I'm Executive Director of Go Lloyd. We're a transportation management association located in the Lloyd neighborhood. We're very pleased after it was identified several years ago during the creation of the parking management manual to finally see the event parking district moving forward in Lloyd. As I stated, I run a transportation management association where the goal is to foster economic development in the community by using transportation-based strategies that reduce people's reliance on vehicle trips. The strategies we employ are far more effective if they're paired with parking management. Between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., when on-street parking is enforced, we have good parking management. However, most Blazer games and major concerts that happen at MODA and the Coliseum fall outside of those hours. Implementing the event parking district will extend those hours of enforcement on select days when peak level vehicle demand vying for those limited on-street spaces is highest. And so having that in place is going to be a strategic advantage to what we currently have today. We believe that event pricing and the progression of it over time will encourage a percentage of folks will discourage a percentage of folks from driving to Lloyd's, to these event venues. It will reduce congestion and improve air quality by decreasing the number of people circling to find parking. And most importantly, we will be using the revenues derived from on-street parking to reinvest in transportation options that make accessing Lloyd easier for everyone. Finally, we're excited about the most important opportunity to offer low-income residents in Lloyd a program like the Affordable Housing Transportation Wallet, which has been successful in helping people try to use new transportation options while reducing their household costs to them. And I appreciate your time here today. So we're very excited about this. It's been a long time coming, and I think it provides a tool for us to reduce some of those vehicle occupancy trips in a time of day when we need it most, that we don't have as many of those tools available to us. So thank you again.
Keith Jones, please, you're next.
Good morning, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty and Pbot, for bringing this forward. Catherine has been fantastic to work with on this. My name is Keith Jones, and I am a resident of the Lloyd neighborhood, and I'm also the president of the Lloyd Community Association. The Lloyd neighborhood is a special place in the city for a number of reasons. It has a growing residential population, of which I'm a part of, that is helping to make the Lloyd an active and vibrant community. It's home to many offices and businesses, which we look forward to welcoming back as the city reopens. It is a tourism destination and gateway to our city, with the Oregon Convention Center attracting visitors from all over the world to Portland. For many of them, the Lloyd is their entry point to the city through conventions and our many hotels that they stay at. And it's a sports and entertainment district, with the Rose Quarter hosting large performances and, of course, Trailblazer games. Pre-COVID, I heard that the Rose Quarter brought over 2 million visitors to the Lloyd annually. But most importantly, the Lloyd has the best active transportation infrastructure in the city. And I'm going to show this real quick, if that's okay. This is the only place in the city where we have 3 lines of MAX, the red, blue, and green lines going in both directions, plus the yellow line also in both directions. We have 5 MAX stations traversing the district. And you can come in from Clackamas, Milwaukee, Beaverton, Hillsborough, North Portland, and Northeast Portland. We also have 2 lines of streetcar, making this accessible from anywhere in the central city by the Portland streetcar, not to mention multiple bus routes and stops peppered throughout the area. And finally, we have a great biking infrastructure with easy access to the East Bank Esplanade and our many greenways. And that access is about to get better with the addition of the future Green Loop, which travels along Northeast 7th, and more immediately, the opening of the Earl Blumenauer Bridge this summer, which will create a better pedestrian connection between Southeast and Northeast Portland. The Lloyd Community Association supports the Lloyd event parking district changes because it encourages people to take advantage of these wonderful ways to get to the Lloyd without the use of a car. If Portland is serious about reducing our carbon emissions, this is a fantastic way to do so. If you give people incentives to use it, they will. I know from firsthand experience, since moving to Lloyd, I've gone carless because of all the great active transportation options I've mentioned. Please vote aye on this ordinance. Thank you for your time today.
Mayor, that concludes our public testimony.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions at this particular point? Keelan, do we have public testimony on this item?
No, Mayor.
All right, very good. Well, I appreciate the presentation, and I was glad to hear that there was a consensus reached on the stakeholder committee. My concern initially was what happens if we have transportation advocates and transportation planners on one side and businesses trying to recover from the economic slowdown related to COVID on the other. But that is clearly not the case here. It appears there is a good overlay that the goals are in alignment here, and I'm very, very pleased to see that. Commissioner Hardesty, I want to thank you for bringing it to us in that form. So this is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. Thank you, everybody, for a great presentation. Next up is another time certain. Unfortunately, it's 40. Good. 264, please.
Authorize agreement with Clean and Safe Inc. to provide policing services for the Clean and Safe program.
Colleagues, this is the second reading of this particular ordinance. We delayed the earlier. Commissioner Rubio, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do I make an amendment now or do I wait until you?
Let me finish the talking points just to get us sort of on, get everybody on the same page. And then if you'd like to introduce an amendment, I'll go ahead and call on you first for that purpose. So colleagues, this is the second reading of this ordinance. We delayed the earlier scheduled second reading until today to accommodate an additional public listening session, which was held last Thursday evening. The community member feedback and some of the discussion from this session were shared with each of your offices. As you know, this item extends for 2 years and then seizes the financial relationship between the Clean and Safe Enhanced Service District and the Portland Police Bureau specifically. This temporary extension allows for the continuation of funding for 4 PPB bike patrol officers in the Clean and Safe District. I want to thank representatives from the Portland Police Bureau's Central Precinct, from the Office of Management and Finance, and from the Clean and Safe Enhanced Service District for being with us this morning in support of this item and for the work that you put into this. I'll ask further questions on this, but before we get to that, Commissioner Rubio, I believe you wanted to introduce an amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Taking into consideration feedback from the public hearing, I move to amend the ordinance as follows. Now, therefore, the council directs that the mayor be authorized to execute a new transitional agreement with Clean and Safe no longer than 3 years in term in substantially the form attached to this ordinance as Exhibit A, except that for the reduction of the term mentioned in Section 4 of said form from 24 months to 12 months, and upon city attorney approval of said form.
Commissioner Rubio has put a motion forward. Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Why don't we go ahead and leave that open for a moment? Commissioner Mapps?
I have some questions about the amendment. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask, or if I should do it at a different time.
I think so, and unless anybody has a better plan, I think that's the main issue at the moment. So why don't we go ahead and discuss the amendment? And I understand we have some representatives here from OMF as well as the Portland Police Bureau and Clean and Safe on this particular item as well. Go ahead and ask your questions, Commissioner Mapps. I'm sure somebody will chime in.
Sure. This is basically the first time I'm hearing about this amendment. I'd just like to hear more about the intuition behind this proposal and the impact it will have on public safety. As we take a look at the infrastructure we build around public safety, especially in Old Town and Chinatown, one of the things that's top of mind for me is that last year we had 31 people shot in Old Town. And last year we had 229 people assaulted. And I'd be curious to have a better understanding of whether or not this proposal makes Old Town safer, or if we're undermining the public safety system in that neighborhood.
So I will invite Sean and my staff, Rico Lujan Valerio, who worked on this together to respond.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Sean, I'll pass it on to you to follow up if you have anything. Good morning, Council. For the record, my name is Ricardo Lujan Valerio. I'm Commissioner Rubio's Policy Director. Commissioner Maps, thank you for the question. The important part to take into consideration here is that all parties, PPB, Clean and Safe, and the community are all in agreement about the need to phase out this specific partnership. We understand that it needs to be in a reasonable way as well. And based on the community forum that took place last week, we heard loud and clear from a large portion of Portlanders that they do think that police services should be seen as a citywide service, not catered to specific district of the city. And we also recognize that for those shifts to happen, they must be done so in an appropriate way. So we did want to, we had the chance to talk with Sean and the parties in this matter and try to figure out what is a good, sensible middle place to land on. The mayor's office was involved in that conversation as well. Clean and Safe was involved in that conversation as well. And I believe people are in agreement of this motion.
Just a clarification. So is it your claim that the steps this amendment will make Old Town safer, or are we dismantling the public safety system out there?
The amendment would not disturb the plans of still moving forward to the shift that all parties agree with, and making sure that the steps taken to finish this relationship between the district and PPB would disrupt the services in downtown in general. So I don't believe that it would create an unsafe space in downtown.
To clarify, Commissioner Maps, the way the contract is designed, it's not dissolving the bike patrol unit, it is simply removing Clean and Safe financing the bike patrol unit and rather moving it back into the city's purview. So if the data shows that the bike unit needs to remain within the downtown district to maintain the current level of safety, it's up to the PBB to decide that. It's just putting everything back on the city to make those decisions.
Have we done any analysis on has this been thought through, or to what degree have we really mapped this out? It feels a little bit improvised to me.
Part of the reason we have the transition period is to collect the data to allow that to properly take place. And over a 3-year period, that should be enough to get a good sense of what exactly type of resources need to be within the downtown area. So the biggest thing that we tried to do with this contract was not have an immediate cutoff, because we agree an immediate cutoff would put at risk the Old Town area's safety without proper data making those decisions.
All right.
And before I call on Commissioner Hardesty, I just want to be clear. Andrew from my team participated in the conversations, but he was very explicit that he was not there to either support or oppose this effort. I just want to be very, very clear on that. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Rubio, for putting in this amendment. I share the concern that community members raised that 4 years is way too long to wait for a resolution to this matter. The reality is that we have police who are assigned downtown, and whether or not Clean and Safe pays for bicycle cops is irrelevant to how the police bureau will deploy police officers as needed. And honestly, I still think that this is too long. I think 3 years is too long. I think every part of the city should be entitled to a certain level of policing, and that is not our experience today. I'm very curious if anybody can tell me how many private security firms are operating downtown today, because my biggest concern is that we have a lot of armed people running around in security uniforms with no oversight or control. Can anybody tell me approximately how many private security firms are operating downtown? Sean, do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the number. The private security industry is unregulated on both the state and city level, while individual security guards are required to be licensed by DPSST. There is no licensing of companies, so it's really hard to differentiate what private contracts exist between different parts of between private businesses and private security companies. I do know citywide, there's well over 150 security companies operating.
And many of them are Gmail companies that were created overnight with no oversight, no accountability. And I'm hoping my colleagues will join me in adding to our legislative agenda next year some regulation around private security so that we in the city will know who's running around with weapons, who are supposedly protecting people. I'm very concerned about this proliferation that we have no control of and no knowledge of. So has nothing to do with this topic, but to Commissioner Mapp's question, Clean and Safe has been operating this year for a bazillion years in this capacity with this partnership over 20 years. And I would say, is downtown safer 20 years later with Clean and Safe? Probably not. And so it is not a zero-sum game to just assume that Clean and Safe is the answer for security downtown. Thank you.
So I'll throw my 2 cents in here as well. And again, I appreciate the discussion, and I think it's a great thing that we don't all agree on all issues all the time. A healthy debate, I think, is a positive thing for our democracy. I view this slightly differently. The way I view it is that there is a proliferation of private security, particularly in parts of our city like Old Town, Chinatown, downtown, Central East Side Industrial District, in direct proportion to the public's belief that we are not providing public security through the police, the funding of adequate police officers. And I don't necessarily want to open that can of worms again, but as you know, from my perspective, objectively, we are critically understaffed. And what is not being overtly addressed here, although I think Commissioner Hardesty touched on it, is that there is no guarantee that in the absence of this contract, that those 4 bike patrol officers will be funded. The funding would shift from Clean and Safe to the city of Portland. And as you know, colleagues, we have struggled as a city to fund police officers. And so I guess philosophically, I have a different perspective when you have people in a particular area that is heavily impacted by criminal activity, and they are willing to step forward and fund bike police officers who are regulated under the same standards as any other police officer. I see that as a welcome partnership. And so I personally am skeptical about this amendment, but I understand where it is coming from. And Commissioner Rubio, I thank you for putting it on the table. Steve, it looks like you have your hand raised.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Steve Witchley. I'm the Operations Director for Downtown Clean and Safe. And I just have just a quick clarifying question for Commissioner Rubio about the amendment, because the current transition plan looks at 2 years of continuing that funding and then 2 years of a agreed upon goal to maintain those service levels. Is the amendment looking at continuing the 2 years of funding and then the 1 year agreed upon goal to reduce to three years?
I'm going to ask my staff, Rico, to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Steve, yes, you're correct. So in total would be the 2 years plus that one additional one, so the 2 to 3 rather than 2 to 4.
Okay, thank you.
4 years seems a long time to be developing a plan. In a year, you would have the data. So I would think that in 3 years, we would be transitioning totally away from this private purchase of police officers. So what's the magic of 4 years versus 3? Steve? John?
My understanding of the contract language is that the 2 years funding allows an appropriate time to collaborate data, use common terms, get a better understanding of the real nature of calls for service for law enforcement in the ESD.
Are you telling me in 20 years we don't know that information already?
I think it's an evolving process of gathering data based on a number of different variables that impact law enforcement and the ability to provide adequate services. And then the additional 2 years is an agreed upon goal. I believe within the language of the contract, it does state in 4B5 that if personnel shortages with PPB dictate, then they maintain the right to to reduce those officers.
So again, I'm confused. Supposedly we have an officer shortage now. And so if we have an officer shortage now, why would we be committing ourselves to 4 years of a project when today we already have officer shortages and possibly those 4 bicycle cops could be deployed somewhere else where they're needed?
To clarify, Commissioner Hardesty, under this proposed contract, with or without the amendment, if PBB at any time decides that they need those personnel somewhere else, they have the right to move them. If that takes place during the payment period, then Clean and Safe will just stop payment for those specific officers for that time. If it's after the period, the 2 years after that's being proposed to be reduced to 1 year is just a goal set out. It's not something that's actually binding where PBB has to keep those officers there. If they at any time see that they need those personnel somewhere else, they are allowed to move them. There's nothing binding in the contract for that.
Sean, what's the criteria? I mean, again, I hear from the police bureau constantly they're understaffed. And so having 4 more people on the street patrolling all over, what's the criteria you're going to use the police will use to determine? Maybe I should be asking Captain Simon this question.
That would be a question for Captain Simon.
Yeah, Captain Simon, could you answer this question for me? What's the criteria you're going to use to actually deploy those bicycle officers elsewhere when you allude to the fact that you have a severe staffing shortage now?
Well, Commissioner, thank you. One of the things we would look at is the need for call for service in other parts of the area. Other emergent needs that come up, whether it be street racing in North Portland or it be shootings at East Precinct. Some of the things what this contract does, it makes sure those officers are dedicated to the downtown area because the call load in downtown right now is higher on average than most of the city. So we would just use the data going forward. What the 2 years of the contract does is it gives us the time to get our hiring and staffing needs back in the trend towards getting us more officers to put on the street. So then those officers, then after that 2 years, in theory, and hopefully in our case, is that they can be redeployed somewhere else in the city if necessary.
But you said after the 2 years. So your assumption is that for 2 years, those 4 bicycle officers will ride around downtown. And after that, you'll look at whether they should be deployed elsewhere. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, for the 2 years, they would be essentially obligated for the most part to be downtown. There are other emergent needs that could take precedent. But for the most part, and without those emergent needs, yes, they would be downtown on bikes for the next 2 years, at least.
Thank you. That helps me a lot.
Commissioner Rubio, thanks for your patience.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of remind folks, this really was an amendment, a friendly amendment to sort of bring us together and also help be reflective about community input into this process. I voted for the contractor Clean and Safe. We also want to make sure that we know that the community feels like their voices are heard as we move forward in this process based on a lot of the feedback we had. So this is a good faith effort to be reflective and hear some of the concerns while not disrupting the essential work so that it continues to transition responsibly as it was planning to do anyway. So that's where the intent of this was. And I just wanted to let you know it was in that spirit that we were moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Commissioner Mapps.
I want to thank Commissioner Rubio for that clarification. And I confess I don't know how many private security firms there are downtown, but I do know that 31 people were shot in Old Town last year. I do know that 229 people were assaulted in Old Town last year, and I don't see how the amendment that's before us today helps with any of that. In fact, it seems to me like a retreat from the city providing basic public safety services to a community that we have heard over and over again is in a public safety crisis.
Thank you, Commissioner Mapps. Any further discussion? Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I don't add more confusion to this conversation. Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, for being adaptable and bringing people to the table. And it could be that you can address this, or Rico. It sounds like a lot of people did come together to make this amendment. And yet when I'm in live experiencing this right now, I can't tell. So was this a collaboration with people from Clean and Safe, with the police bureau? It sounds like it was, and then I can't tell at times. So I just want to hear who was included to bring this amendment to us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Yeah, I'll take a crack at this first. Well, certainly, again, as Commissioner Ryu stated, this is definitely coming from the input that we heard from the community forum about, and Sean has the exact numbers, 19 people showing up, 9 of them testifying that this should be a terminated partnership, and then a lot of ratepayers testifying that they are also concerned about the transition of the services. Because of that, we did have communications with Sean, and Sean was able to shepherd the communications with the mayor's office as well as with Clean and Safe. So there was certainly all parties kind of related to drafting this specific amendment and making sure that it would not disturb the way in which this is planning to be phased out, while still listening to that timeframe concern from community. Sean, is there anything you want to add to that as well?
I'll say that this amendment was discussed with both Clean and Safe and PBB. I'll let them use their own voices since they're here, if they'd like to speak to that.
I can say we were made aware of the amendment. I wasn't too sure on the full details until it was presented, and the clarification is helpful about the support of continued 2 years of funding with the additional 1 year agreed upon goal to maintain those levels. That clarification is helpful.
Captain Simon, you were included in this dialogue as well.
I apologize. There's a smoke alarm, fire alarm going off right behind me in the Justice Center right now. So I can't.
Do you need to go? Yeah.
I hope that I don't have to go, but the fire alarm is going off right outside my office door.
Yes, absolutely.
You should go.
You get to go.
Yeah. That happened.
Let's set a good example. Oh my God, it's only Wednesday, people. All right, Commissioner Ryan, did you get your questions answered to the best?
Well, we were obviously, there was an emergency, so we did get off there.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we go on to Commissioner Mapps? He has his hand raised, and maybe somebody else will be inspired to answer that question for you. Commissioner Mapps?
I appreciate staff's clarification on the public input that went into this amendment. I'm curious if you've done any analysis on the impact that you actually think that this will have on actual public safety in Old Town. In other words, after doing this, should I expect more or fewer shootings or assaults in Old Town?
I would say the expectation is that this will keep the status quo as far as public safety for the next 2 years. Why we better make ourselves able to collect the full data for what's going on in the downtown, which currently isn't available because of the Clean and Safe section, the Bike Patrol section, the PBB section. It's a big confusing mess, and that's part of why the reason the enhanced service districts are being looked at, because of the lack of oversight and making sure all this all works together. So I would say the status quo for the next 2 years. And after that, it's up to PBB and the city to decide based upon the data, what is the best course of action. This is just simply removing Clean and Safe funding from something that probably should have been something funded by the city from the start.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no concern that this will disrupt services as we see it today in Old Town?
Not in the near term, no.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's what I need to hear. Thanks.
Thank you. For discussion, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ryan, you didn't get that last question answered by PPB.
Well, no,
Captain, you're still on.
Simon's
Captain
back.
Safety was more important. So
yeah. Okay, good. Now
Captain
he's back. He's survived. Captain Simon, did you? Dan, could you? Commissioner Ryan, could you restate your question?
My question was, Captain Simon, hello, and I'm so glad you're fine. Do you think, were you included in this dialogue, A, and Commissioner Mapps brought up some points about we don't want to do anything that would lessen our services in a part of town that is currently experiencing, as Commissioner Mapps mentioned, very high rates of activity, criminal activity, violence. So is this amendment threaten any of that? And what I'm hearing, it does not, but I would like to hear your perspective.
Commander Dobson and I share the opinion. We are very supportive of our bike units downtown. The 2 years is essentially the number that we came up with for where it would be paid for. The next 2 years gives us some options. And that really was both the statistical part that Sean has mentioned and the staffing levels. Hopefully we get back to a point where we can staff those bicycle officers without this contract. It's just, we don't know what it looks like 2 years down the road for us. So the reason we went to 2 years was for that, was the staffing as well as to gather some statistical analysis. And going forward, this amendment, the 4th year being cut off, is hard to predict for us what it will look like then. Commander Dobson and I share the opinion. We are very supportive of having bikes downtown. The citizens and businesses love seeing the bikes downtown. So we would like to have them back out. It's just really challenging for us to say, yes, for sure, we'll have bikes out for that 4th year or not at this point.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody, this was continued, so this is effectively a second reading. If there's no further discussion, Keelan, please call the roll on Commissioner Rubio's amendment.
Ryan,
Based on what I just heard this morning, I will vote aye. Thanks.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Based on what I heard today, I vote no. One of the things that's clear, this introduces uncertainty, even if it's 4 years out, given the fact that we have dozens of shootings and hundreds of assaults downtown. I think the people who live and work downtown deserve more reassurance and support from the city on public safety issues.
Rubio.
This effort was really consultative and collaborative with the parties that we heard of today, in good faith effort to be responsive to community in a way that does not disrupt or harm the program. This also is simply a shifting of responsibility back to the city, where we should be doing this and where I will support it continuing moving forward. And I want to thank specifically Sean for all of his collaborative work with us and everybody that was collaborative, Captain Simon and Rico, for your work on this, and the other council offices that also gave us feedback. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
I am not going to support the amendment. That said, I want to thank Commissioner Rubio for the way that she brought this amendment forward, the way she did seek collaboration and took into account some of the testimony that was heard last Thursday. That being said, I just don't support the core assumptions behind this amendment. I think our city is struggling to reopen, in part because of a critical shortage of public safety assets in our community. As our district attorney has said, our criminal justice system is on the verge of collapse. We have too few officers on the streets. We have too few prosecutors in the district attorney's office. We have too few public defenders. And as a result, we are seeing problems around public safety, and that is having a negative impact on our ability to reopen our city. And I support the original underlying ordinance, which we'll vote on in a minute, but I cannot support this amendment because I believe ultimately it will be a detriment to public safety. I vote no. The amendment does pass, however, with a majority of the council. And with that, colleagues, unless there's any further discussion, I'll call the main motion as amended. Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner Rubio, especially for diving in today. This has been confusing, and I think it was important that we had some real transparent dialogue. I think there was a lot of nuance in this, and I want to also definitely thank Sean and others who joined to add insight, Captain Simon in particular, and the work that you've done with the Bureau to ensure transparency and accountability. I was really, like many people, disappointed that there was some mistakes in terms of engagement. I was surprised to learn about the small amount of promotion and outreach that had occurred. And I want to then acknowledge that you pivoted and you figured it out, and you had community engagement. So that's all you can expect. Is we're all going to make mistakes. That's life, but you learned from it and you pivoted, and we got some great input. Commissioner Rubio's office dove in, knitted together that insight. We've heard from great testimony today, and that there will be no disruptions in the next 2 years. In fact, we'll have more data and information on how we can move forward. And so I was pleased to hear that. So yeah, what we have in front of us today isn't perfect. We don't work in a perfect system, and we have to continue to preserve what we need to do to make people safe and to keep building trust between the public and our first responders, which everyone in this town is rooting for. So I will just like to say that although things aren't always perfect, they can be a step in the right direction. And in that spirit, I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I voted no on the clean and safe contract the first time, and I voted no because we did not keep our commitment to the public about how we would change these ESDs. I supported Commissioner Rubio's amendment because it was clear that the community wants us to do what we promised to do. And since we did not, I will vote no.
Maps.
I join Commissioner Hardesty in voting no on this. I believe bike cops make Old Town safer. I think any steps that this council takes to reduce the length of time we have, the length of time and the amount of confidence we have in having bike cops downtown is a step in the wrong direction. When we have 31 shootings in Old Town and 229 assaults in Old Town, I don't understand why we would move in this direction. For these reasons, I vote no.
Rubio.
I want to thank everyone for working on this and their willingness to postpone this item until more community outreach occurred. I voted yes on clean and safe contract. I support it. I believe it's needed. And I think this is a really good faith effort to meet the community, tell them that we're listening, and we need to move forward by ensuring safety for everyone, particularly in downtown. So I also believe that we'll have 2 years of data, which actually looking at data sooner rather than waiting another extra year is better for this program as well, so that we can recalibrate as needed to continue to ensure safety downtown. So for those reasons, I vote aye.
Wheeler.
As you all know, based on the previous testimony, last Thursday, the Office of Management and Finance held an additional public listening session to ensure greater transparency as well as public engagement on this issue. And while some community members voiced concern that this agreement with the Portland Police Bureau should be terminated more quickly, others raised concerns that doing so could jeopardize needed police coverage for the neighborhoods downtown. I agree with that sentiment completely. This ordinance, therefore, is a compromise reflecting both of these concerns. After 2 years, by June 30th, 2024, it does end the PPB and clean and safe financial relationship that's been in place since 1997. As you know, a future council could always change that arrangement. Over the next 2 years, Clean and Safe and PPB will gather additional quantitative data on bike patrol activities to facilitate a safe and orderly transition of these patrols at that time. As you know, the current bike patrol officers continue to remain under the command and the authority of PPB's central precinct and may respond to emergencies outside of the Clean and Safe district itself as needed. And that's a very important point that we need to keep in mind. I believe that this ordinance is responsive to the audit findings as well as community feedback, and it meets the mutual goals of both the Portland Police Bureau as well as the Clean and Safe District. And therefore, I will vote aye, and the ordinance is adopted as amended. Thank you, everybody, for a great discussion. We will now move to the regular agenda, item number 270.
Proclaim April 10th through the 16th, 2022 to be Public Safety Telecommunicators Appreciation Week.
Colleagues, before I read the proclamation, I want to thank members of my staff, and Commissioner Mapp's staff and Director Kazi and his team for helping to draft this proclamation. I'd like to turn this over to Commissioner Mapps, who led this effort. Commissioner Mapps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking of technical difficulties, just give me a moment to pull up my notes. Mr. Mayor, colleagues, I have the honor of serving as this council's commissioner in charge of the Bureau of Emergency Communications. Our emergency communication operators play a crucial role in delivering public safety services to those of us who live, work, and play in Multnomah County. Portland's emergency communications dispatchers and call takers are crucial and at times overlooked members of Portland's public safety system. National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week brings well-deserved attention and praise to the invaluable professionals at BOEC who handle nearly 1 million calls a year. Our teams at BOEC work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and every day they save lives here in Portland and in Gresham and in Troutdale and in Fairview and in Maywood Park. And in the last several years, our 911 call takers have had the added responsibility of serving through a global pandemic, historic wildfires and heat waves, winter storms, flooding, and severe staffing shortages. I want Portland's emergency communications dispatchers and call takers to know that this council and this city sees the work they do. We know how challenging this work is, and we know how good BOEC is at getting that work done. And we are grateful for the labor of our emergency communications dispatchers and call takers. Here to tell us more about the important work done by Portland's emergency communications call takers and dispatchers is BOEC Director Bob Kazi. Bob, welcome, and please tell us more about this important week.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Bob Kazi, Director of the Bureau of Emergency Communications. And on behalf of BOEC, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to acknowledge and appreciate the public safety 911 telecommunicators who serve our community. National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week is held annually during the second week of April to honor public safety telecommunications personnel for their commitment, their service, and their sacrifice. President Clinton signed the presidential proclamation way back in 1994. And this week is a time to celebrate and thank 911 personnel who serve our community and who serve the first responders 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Here in Portland, our 911 professionals are dedicated, caring, and compassionate people who are trained to handle virtually every emergency situation. They love their jobs, they're good at their jobs, and they demonstrate their commitment each and every day. The past couple of years have been extraordinarily challenging, as Commissioner Mapps mentioned. So the recognition this year really stands out and is even more appreciated and meaningful. Thank you to our Bureau of Emergency Communications 911 professionals, and thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Mayor, I think we'll hand it back to you for a second.
Very good, thank you. Before I read the proclamation, again, I want to thank you, Commissioner Mapps. I'm sorry I started reading my completion notes here. I also just want to say thank you to our public safety telecommunicators at BOEC for your hard work and your commitment under extremely difficult circumstances. Before I read the proclamation, I want to get to some of the comments from my colleagues, Commissioner Hardesty, then Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Mapps. I just want to take a moment to really appreciate Bob Kazi. I had the privilege of having BOEC in my portfolio for 2 years when I first got here. And we would have not been able to create Portland Street Response without the dedication of Bob Kazi and his team. It has absolutely been a team effort, and I just want to applaud. Bob, I just want you to know, once you're in my portfolio, you're always in my portfolio. Your staff are near and dear to me, and I know how hard they work. I just wanted to take a moment to really appreciate your leadership in BOAC, because since you've been there, you have actually done an enormous job to create stability, vision, and I got to tell you, you are a visionary that has served the city of Portland well. And I am grateful that you are a part of our team. So thank you so much for being here today. And please thank your staff, your management team, because I know you don't do it by yourself. You've got a whole bunch of great people working with you. And so I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate you. Thank you, Bob. Director Kasi. And again, I really appreciate the fine work that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Ryan, then Commissioner Rubio.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Mapps, for bringing this forward. It's very timely proclamation recognizing our frontline public safety telecommunicators. And yes, thank you, Director Kazi. It's always a pleasure to have you on the dais. I really want to especially thank those who serve our city in these roles and acknowledge the incredible challenges that you've all experienced over the last few years, especially, and those that you continue to face as we speak. Simply put, we all know the number of calls have dramatically increased. The first responder system is evolving. It's a change that's welcomed, and it's a big change. Communities' frustrations are high, and you receive each and every person who calls. You're true public servants. You're the true first responders, and your empathy, your professionalism, your quick wit, your calm response does not receive enough attention. I think doing your job on a daily basis would be quite heroic. So I just want to take a moment to pause and think about what you all do on a daily basis. Again, you're our true first contact with our community to help them guide towards whether it's the police, the fire rescue, it's Portland Street Response, and our nonprofit partners to get Portlanders connected to the resources they need. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you. I want to thank Commissioner Mapps for bringing forward this item, and as well as really thank Director Kazi and his team for all the great work that they're doing, especially during these challenging times. Our BOAC employees are often the unsung heroes of our public safety system, and they are the ones that not only Portlanders rely on when they call 911, but the ones that our police, fire, and Portland Street Response team really rely on to get the critical facts of every situation. And the amount of detail that your team has and the compassion on stressful times and with our community is really amazing and is highly commendable. So I want to thank every single one of you for the work that you do. And I hope that my time at council will be one that will continue to recognize and support you in the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. And with that, now I will read the proclamation on behalf of the City Council. Whereas emergencies require police, fire, or medical services which occur at any time. And whereas prompt police, fire, or medical response is critical to the protection of and the preservation of property. And whereas public safety telecommunicators in the City of Portland's Bureau of Emergency Communications, BOAC, are the first contact for our community's calls for help or emergency services or concerns about life. And whereas BOAC public safety telecommunicators are professionals with expertise in police, fire, medical, and Portland Street Response dispatch protocols. And whereas BOAC public safety telecommunicators monitor first responder radio activity, thus ensuring their safety, while also providing a vital link of information. And whereas BOAC public safety telecommunicators have experienced an historic 22% increase in 911 calls in just 1 year, answering over 636,600 calls in 2021. And whereas 911 calls continue to increase during 2022. And whereas BOAC public safety telecommunicators have shown dedication, commitment, and professionalism throughout the entirety of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas we're very grateful for the important and often life-saving work accomplished by Pbot Public Safety Telecommunicators. Now, therefore, I, Ted Wheeler, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim the week of April 10th to April 16th, 2022 to be Public Safety Telecommunicators Appreciation Week in Portland and encourage all residents to observe this week. Thank you all. Commissioner Mapps, thank you for bringing this forward on behalf of the council. Next item to the regular agenda, item 271, please, Keelan.
Appoint and reappoint members to the Urban Forestry Commission for terms to expire April 21st, 2026.
Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Parks and Urban Forestry for bringing these appointments forward. The Urban Forestry Commission advises Portland Parks and Recreation Urban Forestry, the Portland Parks and Recreation Director, and City Council on issues impacting Portland's trees. Urban Forestry Commissioners represent diverse geographic areas, backgrounds, and expertise of the Portland community. These appointments are made as a result of a selection process that sought to value and reflect the diversity of the Portland community. The folks that we're going to meet have been selected to be appointed to this commission. Megan Van DeMark is a current member of the UFC and is being reappointed to a second 4-year term. The appointees have submitted their biographies and statements of interest, and the Urban Forestry staff are available to answer any questions. So before we take comments and questions from council, Director Adina Long would like to share a few words about each of the appointees.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Again, Council, I am Adina Long, Director of Portland Parks and Recreation. I'm sitting in for Jen Cairo, the City Forester, as she and the Urban Forestry team continues the emergency response to the 600 plus tree incidents that occurred as a result of Monday's snowstorm. I'm pleased to bring this report to Council today to appoint 3 new UFC members and reappoint a current member. As Commissioner Rubio noted, their biographies are included in today's report, but for the record, I'd like to note some of their accomplishments and credentials. Ivory Ihunacho Chow is an experienced occupational health and safety professional. She has an academic background in environmental management and public health. Recent achievements include being awarded Multnomah County Chair's Excellence Award for her public service in 2021. And in 2020, as she co-authored a free guidance document aimed at helping organizations apply an equity lens to its COVID-19 workplace response. Melinda McMillan is licensed as both a landscape architect and works as an urban designer for a Portland-based architecture firm. She trained initially as a special educator and has prioritized accessible and equitable access to public space and parks in both a volunteer and professional capacity. Roberta Jortner has more than 30 years of professional experience in the field of natural resources, policy, and planning, primarily working with state and local agencies in Oregon, California, and Wisconsin. Her close ties to urban forestry include managing the citywide tree policy and regulatory improvement project, which established Portland's first comprehensive tree code, Title 11 trees. Megan Vandermark works for Portland Audubon as the Backyard Habitat Certification Program Manager. She came to Portland Audubon after years at Friends of Trees, where she coordinated Southwest Washington tree plantings and tree care efforts. Megan is drawn to collaborating with the diverse communities that make up our region in order to build all the stories of our urban forest. We appreciate the work of the Urban Forestry Commission and look forward to working closely with the new and current members. And I just wanted to end by just saying if you have any questions, I'm welcome to answering them. And thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, colleagues. Any questions for Director Long? Commissioner Rubio, does that complete the presentation?
That does.
Very good. Keelan, do we have any public testimony on this report?
Yes, we have one person signed up.
Very good. 3 minutes, name for the record, please.
Walter Weiler.
Good morning, Walter.
Walter, are you able to unmute? Walter, you're still muted. Walter may be having some technical issues. We can reach out and see if they're available by email.
All right. The wheels of progress, unfortunately, Walter, continue to spin. Colleagues, I don't know if anybody has a question for Director Long. If not, I'll entertain a motion. This is a report.
So moved, accept the report.
Commissioner Hardesty moves. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, for bringing forth these nominees. I vote aye.
Maps.
I want to thank the volunteers who have agreed to serve on this important committee. I vote aye.
Rubio.
I again like to appreciate Parks and also the Urban Forestry staff, and especially thank the current Urban Forestry commissioners for their work in persevering and expanding Portland's urban forests. The city could not do this work without their expertise and commitment and devoted community members like them. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
I want to thank Commissioner Rubio and the Urban Forestry Commission. This is important work. And again, I want to thank all of you for your service. I vote aye. And the appointments are approved and the report is accepted. Thank you. Next item, 272, please.
Nominate David Martinez to the Metropolitan Exposition and Recreation Commission to fill a City of Portland position.
Colleagues, this is a resolution. I'm pleased to jointly introduce this item with Commissioner Rubio, who is, of course, the city's liaison to MERC and the Portland 5 Centers for the Performing Arts. This item is a resolution to appoint David Martinez to the Metropolitan Exposition and Recreation Commission. That's what MERC stands for, to fill the remainder of a term that was recently vacated. Mr. Martinez's term will begin with the May 4th MERC meeting and end on September 25th, 2024. MERC is a metro commission with oversight of operations and planning for 3 key regional visitor venues: the metro-owned Oregon Convention Center, of course, as well as the Expo Center, and the city-owned Portland 5 Centers for the Performing Arts Theaters. These facilities are obviously critical in supporting the region's travel, tourism, and convention industry, which contributes literally billions in direct visitor spending in our city every year and supports over 30,000 jobs here. Just to give you some idea of what the figure was in 2019, the last year for which we have complete data, the figure was $5.6 billion in economic contribution. I'm very pleased with this nomination and look forward to hearing from Mr. Martinez this morning. With that, I'll turn this over to Commissioner Rubio, who took the lead in finding our new MERC commissioner. And as per usual, she did a great job. Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you, Mayor, and the Metropolitan Exposition Recreation Commission for bringing this appointment forward. I'd also like to start by thanking Ray Leary for his years of service on MERC as well. MERC works to protect the public investments in 3 of Metro's visitor venues: Oregon Convention Center, Portland Expo Center, and Portland 5 Centers for the Arts. Now I would like to introduce David Martinez. Mr. Martinez brings years of experience in working in the community, nonprofits, higher education, and local government. He has made tremendous contributions throughout his career and life. David was born in Eastern Oregon to his parents, farm workers, Aquilino and Virginia Martinez, and they settled in Eastern Oregon and raised their 8 children. He came to Portland metro area to go to college, and his experiences firsthand compelled him to enter a life in public service and education. A longtime Portlander, he's worked for several higher education institutions such as Portland Community College, Western Oregon University, Willamette University, Linfield, Portland State University, and OHSU, as well as nonprofits and also government. The Oregon Education Investment Board, Multnomah County, for Commissioner Rojo DeStefi, and very recently, he will be joining a role as Deputy Administrator for Washington County. He also served on the 2005 Portland Charter Review Commission for the City of Portland and was a founding member of the Q Center and founding board member of Portland Latino Gay Pride, which is now Latinx PDX Pride, and also a founding member of the statewide Cesar Y. Chavez Leadership Conference that has been going 32 years strong. David has extensive event and logistical management, long-term planning, and organizational operations management experience. And more recently, in his role as a Deputy Director of Operations at a nonprofit Latino network, he was responsible for managing the annual operating budget of $18.5 million and a workforce of 250 employees, and was instrumental in the organizational response for the huge community need that arose during the course of the pandemic. And as if this weren't enough, in his spare time, David continues to give back to his community through mentorship and volunteerism. David will bring a critical perspective to the work of MERC, and I look forward to seeing his impact on this important commission. So for these reasons and many more, and I could go on, believe me, Mr. Martinez has the professional qualifications and experience necessary to assist in overseeing the city's interest in these functions as a voting member of MERC. And we are so very honored to have him represent us, and we are grateful for his service. So I'd now like to invite Mr. Martinez to share a few words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to start by appreciating all of you for what you do and how your role in Portland makes an impact every day. My story is that of a Portlander. I'm an Oregonian born and raised, and what brought me out to this part of the state was opportunity and also a sense of responsibility. My roles have always had to do with access. And so what I bring into whatever I do is thinking of the individuals, the communities, and the impact that that happens when people come together. I see this MERC commission as critical beyond the fiscal and financial benefit to the region. There is the opportunity to broaden a person's experience. I think of my daily my regular 6-hour drive to Eastern Oregon, where my family still resides. And that keeps things in perspective for me. When I'm looking at the impacts that are happening in Portland, when I'm thinking of the impacts that are happening throughout the state, I am aware of the different experiences that people will bring. The Oregon Convention Center in particular is an opportunity for our state to celebrate and to highlight and to connect. And so I am excited about this opportunity to bring in my insight to not just from the event planning and from just the management piece, but really look at how we can make a greater impact in the lives of those visitors who potentially will stay, or more importantly, will take their experience back to their communities and then encourage others to come and participate, attend, and contribute. So I will stop there. And again, just a lot of appreciation and a willingness to serve, which is critical in these times. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our portion.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions at this time? And Keelan, do we have any public testimony on this resolution?
No one signed up.
Colleagues, any further comments? Keelan, please call the roll on the resolution.
Ryan.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, and it's so good to see you, Mr. David Martinez. I have had the good fortune to know you for over 2 decades, and as you know, the city is fortunate, and I know now that the city is so fortunate to have you say yes to even more service. You really, truly are a humble servant leader, and I'm so pleased to vote aye.
Hardesty.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, for bringing forward this fabulous candidate for this seat. Mr. Martinez, I expect you to do fabulous things as part of the MERC Commission, and I thank you for your willingness to serve. I vote aye.
Maps.
I want to thank David for agreeing to serve on this important committee. I vote aye.
Rubio.
David, I'm so thrilled to have someone of your experience and capability in this role. And I know you'll represent us well and fully make the charge of this commission. I look forward to seeing your perspective help shape the work of MERC. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve our city. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
I also want to thank Mr. Martinez for taking this on. It's obviously a really important role, and particularly so in the current environment of continuing recovery from COVID-19 and other challenges that we're already facing visitor venues even prior to the pandemic. Following the approval of this resolution, I'll send a letter to Metro President Lynn Peterson asking her about the City Council's action and asking informing her about the City Council's action and asking Metro Council to confirm Mr. Martinez's appointment to MERC at their earliest convenience so that he can get to work and pull up his sleeves and represent the city in this important capacity. Mr. Martinez, thank you again for stepping up as you have done so many times in the past on behalf of the people of the city of Portland. We're grateful to you. I vote aye, and the resolution is adopted. Thank you. Next up, 273, please.
Accept bid from Moore Excavation, Inc. for the Cedar Crossing Restoration Project for $1,720,290.
Colleagues, as part of the Cedar Crossing Restoration Project, the Bureau of Environmental Services has identified a need to conduct stream and floodplain restoration work on Johnson Creek. This report authorizes work that will help restore natural stream function and add habitat features to help slow down the speed of the creek, reduce downstream flooding and erosion problems. Pbot Taylor, who's the Chief Procurement Officer for the city, is here to present the report. Welcome, Pbot.
Mayor Wheeler, good morning. City Council, good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Excellent. So, City Council approved the ordinance for this project on January 19th, 2022. That was Ordinance 190679. The engineering estimate from BES in this project was $1.76 million. Procurement Services published a bid, ITB, on February 7th, 2022, and Moore Excavation was the low bidder for that project with an award date of March 1st, 2022. So they did win the award. So let's just get down to what we all want to discuss on this project. Moore did meet the quote unquote aspirational goal for this project, but we all know from an MBE perspective, they fell short of signing up viable minority candidates on this project. We fell short bringing them viable candidates for this project. So as a result, we have minimal MBE participation on this project. At the letter of the law, they did meet the certified co-bid, but that's not good enough, and I'll strive to do better. Commissioner Hardesty, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Taylor. I appreciate you coming prepared because, you know, this one and the next one I was going to be having questions about. And you are absolutely right when you say a $1.7 million contract that less than 30,000 gets into the hands of people of color contractors is a failure on the city's part to live up to what we say we want to do in these kind of programs. And you already know, and you've already spoken to it, but I just want to say this particular contractor he gets significant contracts with the city. And I find it just inexcusable that we continue to contract with major contractors who refuse to make opportunity available for minority and women-owned firms. And this is another example of us not really walking our talk. We talk a lot about equity and diversity, and I get really tired of seeing these contracts where we get a penance of money going to minority-owned firms and women-owned firms. A $1.7 million contract that gives $30,000 to people of color, I see as a huge failure to the city of Portland and to what our vision is around procurement. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Keelan, do we have any public testimony on this report?
No one signed up.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Commissioner Mapps moves. I'll second. Any further discussion? Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
No.
Maps,
I want to thank Director Taylor for his work on this contract. I actually share Commissioner Hardesty's disappointment in how some of these dollars are distributed. I also have a lot of faith in Director Taylor's abilities and, to reform our procurement systems. I think we'll actually learn about some exciting projects that are coming up in the near future, even later today. For these reasons, I vote aye.
Rubio.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I too share the sentiments of my colleagues and disappointed that this also fell short of what we are hoping for. But in the effort of moving the project forward, I will vote aye.
Wheeler.
I appreciate this being brought forward. Thank you. I vote aye. The report is accepted. Item 274, please.
Accept bid of T-Edge Construction, Inc. for the Columbia Children's Arboretum Improvement Project for $1,676,000.
As part of the Columbia Children's Arboretum Improvement Project, this report authorizes Portland Parks and Recreation to address 15 of the 16 barriers identified within the 2015 ADA Title II Transition Plan update. Amongst the improvements, Parks will create an ADA accessible linear trail through the park, bus drop-off and turnaround, ADA parking, and site amenities such as an ADA accessible portable restroom, actually several ADA accessible portable restrooms, drinking fountains, benches, picnic areas, trash receptacles, as well as nature exploration spots. And again, Director Taylor is here to present the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler. Again, City Council approved the ordinance for this project on January 12th, 2022. That was Ordinance 190673. The Bureau estimate for this project was $2.25 million. Procurement issued an invitation to bid on February 2nd, 2022, and a due date of March 1st, 2022. We received 5 bids. T-Edge Construction Incorporated was the low bidder on this project and recommended awardee by the Bureau, and their proposal came in at $1.676 million, which was 34.25% under budget. Again, to the letter of the law, T-Edge did meet their co-bid subcontract goal with 33% co-bid certified firms on this project. But again, this particular contract fell short of our MVE goals with only a $6,000 award to Rock and Road Construction Company on this project. So again, I'm taking responsibility for this project. You know, we intend to bring initiatives to council to hold firms like T-Edge accountable for this type of participation, not only today, which we'll get started on some of those initiatives, but also in the future, bring more aggressive solutions to council so that we can properly advocate for companies like Rock and Roll Construction in the future. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Director Taylor. Thank you, Mayor. And again, here we have a $2 million contract where $6,000 goes to a minority-owned firm. How can anybody say that this reaches our goals of actually making opportunities available? I'm appalled that this particular contractor has 33% co-bid certified firms, but could only find one person of color, an African-American, for $6,000. $2 million, a $6,000 subcontract out of a $2 million contract is woefully inadequate. And Director Taylor, I certainly hope what we're going to hear later is going to make sure that nothing like this ever comes back to this council again. I hope you got a plan for that. That was my question to you, Director Taylor. I hope that
Thank you,
later in
Commissioner
the
Hardison.
program, what you're going to present to us is going to make sure I don't have to look at contracts like this that are on paper meet our goals, but definitely do not meet our values or what we say as a city we see as inclusion and equity and opportunity, because I don't see that in these contracts that have been coming up. And I got to tell you, I don't blame you yet, Director Taylor, because you're new and you are actually bringing forward some new ideas that are going to make this better. But I would not, in good conscience, let this go by without putting this on the record that this is just not acceptable, and it should not be acceptable to anyone on this council. Thank you, Director Taylor.
Thank you for your remarks, Commissioner Hardison. So today we will present items to council that we hope will get us closer to our goals of not only pairing companies like T-Edge and more construction with viable partners, but also holding them accountable when they fall short. This is just the start, in the beginning of what's going to be a long evolution and transformation of procurement services and social equity programs. Again, I appreciate your remarks, Commissioner Hardison.
And I appreciate you, Director Taylor. From day one, you have taken responsibility for a system that you did not build. But I have every confidence that you are the right person to disrupt that system and give us the outcomes we're looking for. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, colleagues. Any further discussion? Keelan, I can't remember if I asked you if there was public testimony on this report.
No one signed up.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Commissioner Rubio moves. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Commissioner Maps seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll. Keelan.
Ryan.
Thank you, Director Taylor. First of all, it's good to see you. And I just want to emphasize, I share much of the sentiments that has been shared with you from my colleagues, but I look forward to the upcoming items where we can start to take some concrete action. And on this particular item, I will vote aye.
Hardesty.
No.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Thank you, Director Taylor, for bringing this forward. And while I'm eager for this work to happen, I'm also too disappointed that this fell short of our goals. And I appreciate your comments, and we will work better together to make sure that this moves forward for our Bureau. I look forward to seeing stronger representation of BIPOC and women-owned COVID certified firms. And we're definitely taking steps to ensure we do more moving forward, and greatly appreciative of Dr. Taylor's upcoming recommended changes that will challenge us and push us to move in that direction more urgently and effectively in the future. So because this project needs to happen, and for these reasons, I will vote aye.
Wheeler.
I vote aye. The report is accepted. Thank you. Keelan, could you please read items 275, 276, and 277 together, please?
275, authorize Chief Procurement Officer to conduct a competitive solicitation process for a disparity study and award a contract not to exceed $1 million over 5 years. 276, authorize Chief Procurement Officer to pilot inclusive contracting policies designed to attract firms owned by Black, Indigenous, and people of color and women-owned firms to increase eligibility for contract opportunities, expand opportunities for business development, and foster wealth creation through inclusive contracting practices and equitable economic opportunities. And 277, adopt a regional workforce equity agreement and equity contracting program for alternative public improvement contracts with engineers estimate valued over $5 million, and direct Chief Procurement Officer to implement agreement requirements.
Thank you, Keelan. That was a mouthful. I'd like to provide some introductory remarks on these ordinances before handing this back to Pbot Taylor to take us through his presentation. So item number 275, the first ordinance authorizes procurement services to conduct a request for proposals to do a disparity study. The city's last disparity study was published back in June of 2011. The Portland metropolitan area has, of course, grown and changed considerably over the last 10 years as have the needs of so-called disadvantaged firms. This study will allow procurement to use current market data to tailor social equity programs to better serve BIPOC firms as well as the overall community. Item 276, the pilot inclusive contracting policies item. This during a city council work session last year, we identified a need for procurement services to improve its approach to certifying BIPOC firms and increasing utilization on contracts. The pilot proposed within this second ordinance allows BIPOC firms to apply to agencies that provide alternatives to co-bid certification. In doing so, they're able to take advantage of member benefits like coaching and mentorship programs, training courses, as well as networking events. And then the last item, item number 277, seeks to adopt a regional workforce agreement, sometimes called an RWEA, that will help ensure public improvement projects are completed without labor disruptions, supports the recruitment and retention of BIPOC and women workers, offers strong protections for BIPOC and women-owned firms, and includes anti-harassment protections to ensure that they feel safe and welcome on any job site. It's of note that this agreement represents one of the first multi-jurisdictional workforce agreements in the entire country. Both Metro and Multnomah County have recently adopted it. I will now pass this off to our Chief Procurement Officer, Pbot Taylor, to provide greater context on these ordinances and their impacts. Welcome again.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, for your remarks. And I just want to confirm that everyone can see my presentation screen.
Yeah, looks good.
Excellent. So today we'll just go and have a brief overview of each item that the clerk mentioned and also Mayor Wheeler quickly summarized, and we'll go through some quick facts for each of those, but also outline how they align with our core values here at the City of Portland. So the agenda today is that we'll briefly look at the strategic plan. I want to reiterate one point from Mayor Wheeler's remarks. The strategic plan for procurement, the impetus for that happened way back at council work session in 2021. Another input to that strategic plan was a city audit published in 2020. And lastly, we utilized the voice of the community over the last 8 months to tailor our strategic plan as well. So the items brought before you today are part and parcel, a result of those three inputs: an audit, the 2021 council work session, and the voice of the community. We feel like we've put a strategic plan forward that will address those items and also increase advocacy for small businesses and BIPOC businesses. So the three ordinances we've already gone through, but I just want to add some context to each. The ordinance for piloting an expanded MBE program that will provide expanded certification options for minority businesses in the Portland community. The second, an ordinance to approve the publishing of a disparity study. Quite simply, to build on Mayor Wheeler's remarks, merely we want to show that the City of Portland has changed the last 10 years, and we want updated data, near-term data that can allow us to tailor our social equity programs to advocate on behalf of our community. Lastly, we're going to talk about an ordinance to adopt a regional workforce equity agreement. That agreement centers workforce development in our strategy and also helps to provide safe and anti-racist workspaces for women and people of color. One of the challenges that we've gathered from the community over the last 8 months is that we're having trouble with women and people of color being retained on major city projects, and that's an issue that we hope the RWEA will address. And lastly, we'll hear community testimony from partners that I've collaborated with on the strategic plan and also on these ordinances. We'll open it up for Q&A, and I'll invite my colleagues, Kathleen Massier, Kathleen Brennis-Marua, and also Teresa Green, to address any questions around some of the ordinances that we presented here. And also then we'll give opportunity for closing remarks. Very quickly, as I mentioned before, when developing a procurement strategic plan, we really wanted to value the community, the audit, and items from the council work session. As a result, we identified 9 items that were of strategic importance to us. And those 9 items will help us become an anti-racist procurement organization, a procurement that provides equitable opportunities in contracting, and also a procurement organization that will be steeped in procurement best practices, not only in the Portland region, but also across the country. A few of those 9 items that resonate with me today, and that I would like to point out that these ordinances support, thanks to this council work session, audit, and community input, are we would like to become an organization that maximizes payments and contracts to our BIPOC businesses by providing opportunities, reducing barriers to contracting, providing a diverse and safe workforce for women and people of color, and lastly, improving our social equity programs. Another item that came from council work session was that we have a crowded social equity landscape, and we intend to reduce some of that and provide opportunities for a more truncated approach to social equity, but also more heavily resourced and efficient social equity program. So those 4 items resonate with us, and these ordinances will support those 4 components of our strategic plan. Very briefly, the ordinance to pilot expanded the MBE certification program. We want to provide more certification options for minority businesses to supplement COBID certification. I reiterate, supplement. This is not a replacement for COBID, merely a supplement for our COBID partners. In the interim, and this is a pilot, we would like to test the opportunity to partner with organizations that would allow us to do just that. We feel that this pilot does align with our city's core values, particularly equity, communication, collaboration, and also anti-racism. Firms of color, BIPOC firms who receive certification from alternative agencies may be counted towards utilization percentages on goods and services contracts. We've identified goods and services contracts as a key strategic area. We feel that those contracts will provide wealth building opportunities to BIPOC firms in the city of Portland. And to build on Commissioner Hardesty's points and also Commissioner Rubio's points of where we fell short on those previous contracts. By expanding our reach, we hope to attract more firms of color in our region and provide more viable options for firms like True Edge and more to partner with on those very contracts that we fell short. A couple quick facts. This is a pilot. Let's reiterate that. During that pilot phase from April 2022 to April 2024, we'll assess program data. We'll look at the number of BIPOC businesses that we were able to partner with as a result of this. We'll look at the number of BIPOC businesses that bid on goods and services contracts. And also, we'll leverage the community to ensure that this process and this policy is effective and it advocates on their behalf. One key point that I would like to reiterate today is that during this pilot process, we will pilot with a few partner organizations. One is the Northwest Minority Supplier Development Council. Another is the Women's Business Enterprise Council, the state of Washington, also NAMAC and PBDG. During the pilot phase, we will enlist and have access to an additional 33,000 MBEs and WBEs across this region, and that will immediately expand our reach with our goods and services portfolio. So we definitely feel like we're partnering with organizations that will help us not only achieve our core values, but also our goal to expand our reach for BIPOC and women-owned businesses, particularly in the goods and services area. An ordinance to approve the publishing of a disparity study. I'll keep this brief. The city of Portland has a responsibility to measure how disparity has evolved in the last 10 plus years. I'm not an economist. I know we probably have some on staff, but we've grown tremendously. And I'm not going to necessarily speak to those nuances of those, but we know the availability of BIPOC firms has changed in 10 plus years. But how has it changed? We can't confidently answer those questions with fidelity without an up-to-date disparity study. It is of paramount importance that the city of Portland has autonomy in deciding which assessment criteria will be employed during this study. We know this study 11 years ago almost, was conducted in a different manner. We want to ensure City Council that the CPO, community members, and subject matter experts will guide the process, will conduct the transparent, fair request for proposal, and we want to ensure the community that we will pick the best partner for the disparity study. We just want to make sure that our updated disparity study is done in a manner that ensures accountability and accuracy in how that is conducted. A couple quick facts. We just want to know where we are. A disparity study will support the possible firm goals for MBE participation. A city of this size, we just feel like we want to know where we are after 10 plus years. And we really need that data to understand how to continue to tailor our social equity programs to the needs of our minority business community. Lastly, we're presenting an ordinance to adopt the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement. This agreement centers workforce development and creates safe and anti-racist workspaces for women and people of color. Of course, it does much more than that, but those things resonate with me personally as a Chief Procurement Officer. We know that we award many $million of contracts in the infrastructure bureaus and across the portfolio. If women and people of color don't feel comfortable on our job sites, we have to do something about that to ensure that our workforce is thriving, growing, and benefiting from those wealth building opportunities. So when you see that component centers workforce development and safe and anti-racist workspaces, that's that's something that resonates with me personally. Again, it's much more than that. I want to also highlight the fact that 16 other public agencies in this work group collaborated on this regional workforce agreement. From those efforts, the C2P2 framework was crafted to help establish common goals, values, and policies across our region. In 2020, City Council approved a resolution 37474 that authorized the Chief Procurement Officer to sign on to the C2P2 framework. I also want to reiterate and highlight a point that a critical component of this framework was the development of a workforce agreement across multiple entities. For over a year, my staff and other partners representing Metro, Multnomah County, and the City of Portland negotiated with the Columbia Pacific Building and Construction Trades Council, representatives of BTC affiliated trades, and the Pacific Northwest Carpenters Union on an agreement, and worked with equity stakeholders to ensure there was transparency and oversight during the negotiation process. Again, we just went over a couple failures around MBE. We're bringing a regional approach that's going to help not only hold us accountable at the City of Portland for advocating on behalf of MBEs and women, but also we're showing solidarity with our partners in the region so that we know that we're reading from the same sheet of music. We all come as a united front to advocate for these businesses and women, and also create safer workspaces. So the RWEA is a true beacon of collaboration in our region. A couple quick facts about the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement. Again, I just want to reiterate, we really need to keep our women and minorities on these jobs, and we need to hold general contractors accountable for that. We should have no tolerance for that. We know our core value of anti-racism, equity, and collaboration. They lead here. But we want to make sure that we reiterate to general contractors that after this RWEA is signed, we will hold you accountable. A couple things to point out here as well on the quick facts. Key measures. Net new RFPs published using the alternative contracting methods. How are we providing better opportunities for better wealth building opportunities for small, mid-sized firms that are looking to utilize those contracts to build their franchise? The percentage of women employed on our city projects, we have to hold ourselves accountable for that after we publish the RWEA. The percentage of women that are retained on our projects, key point there, right? We want to make sure that we're holding contractors and ourselves accountable for upholding the RWEA by consistently measuring who's retained. And lastly, the percentage of MBEs that journey from apprenticeships on city projects. And that concludes my presentation. Commissioner Hardesty, I see that you have your hand up. And I also have my colleagues on board to answer any questions on your behalf as well.
Thank you,
Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Taylor. Could we go back one slide, please?
Yes, this one?
Yes, this one is perfect. I know that what makes the regional workforce equity work is that there is ongoing evaluation of who's on the job in real time, right? So we're not waiting until a contract is done to find out that the contractor did not meet the goals that were laid out. Would you tell us how you see this process working in real time?
Well, we will onboard the projects and assess the candidacy of projects at the pre-qual, pre-bid phase. We'll also utilize our current compliance team to adapt their current processes, to utilize the RWEA to adapt their accountability measures as well. We also have the inclusive contracting manager, and we were lucky and fortunate to onboard our Hatfield fellow to also work on a construct that's going to allow us to utilize data to hold general contractors available. So the plan is to utilize our current FTE structure, our current staff, in a way that's meaningful and efficient, and assess program costs and how this RWEA impacts procurement in the long term. But currently, we do have a plan to hold general contractors accountable and use the framework of the RWEA to tailor our compliance processes to measure continuously at pre-bid and also at award. I'm sorry about that. Commissioner Hardesty?
That wasn't me.
Okay.
Team to adapt their.
Okay.
That's in the background there.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for the question.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Director Taylor. Good to see you. When you're, oh good, it's up there right now. The resource assessment, I love seeing the key measurements. I'd just like to offer, have you considered having measurements that are more about population data, especially as we look at the pipeline, the upstream? And so my point is, what's the denominator out there that we're growing in the marketplace? So what, looking at COVID data in terms of the apprenticeship programs in the Portland area, so that we know that there's more hope for this to continue to improve. And I know in my former experience as the CEO of All Hands Raised, we really focused a lot on there's a big stigma in the education culture that is a factor that prevents, I think, many of our students from considering jobs and trades in construction and manufacturing. And it's something that we were really working on quite heavily with demystifying or just getting rid of that stigma because it was unnecessary. And it was also really noticeable the more you dug into it. So one is, I think it's important to have that population, bigger picture population data about the upstream and the pipeline. And then two, there probably is an opportunity. Have you considered then having educators and those in apprenticeship programs, perhaps already at the table as you work on this? The city can't do this alone, just within our sphere of influence. We work in an ecosystem that has been not helpful for many years. So I just wanted to get at that bigger picture.
We've been fortunate to leverage research out of the University of Oregon. I know the organization name, I just can't recall the name right now, Commissioner Ryan, to set the table on the opportunities that RWEA will provide. Also, if we align that with what the labor needs will be, not only for the city of Portland, but also the region over the next 10 years. We know that based on that data, we're falling behind on not providing those opportunities in the labor market. So we have leveraged research data from partners like the University of Oregon and also Portland State. But again, that along with realizing that we do have a labor gap, what I would like to do in my purview, I know, we can't do it ourselves. We're actually having a discussion next week with PPS to develop an MOU on how this RWEA can help us partner and have a stronger partnership with PPS to provide opportunities for our students at Portland Public Schools using City of Portland jobs, right, to actually impact workforce, just to do our small part there. But also, we're going to partner with Maui, PBDG, NAMAC. We have strong partners in the region that are going to allow us to build upon this RWEA and work from there. And I know that doesn't necessarily answer your question in a very comprehensive manner, but I really just wanted to set you at ease to let you know that we have been collaborating with not only think tanks and subject matter experts in the region, but also institutions of higher education as well.
And I appreciate that. I'll reach out to you and we'll have a longer conversation. And I want to be
looking forward to it
because of my work in this area. There's a lot of challenges and headwinds. And I would just offer also that we have many school districts in the city of Portland.
Oh, yes.
And many of them east of PPS offer some more hope, I think, with a robust curriculum. And also their demographics are more in the liking of wanting to improve our own awards. So I look forward to that conversation. Welcome to the, you haven't been here that long, and the fact that you're diving in this comprehensive manner is very exciting. And I just would like to work with you to give you some of my experience on the complications of the bigger picture ecosystem, that if we don't get to the bottom of the system, then it's going to be difficult for the city of Portland to see our numbers go up in the way that we'd like. So we have a very big part to play, but it's a very complicated ecosystem that you're a part of. And I know that you know that, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm aware of that as well, and I'd love to partner with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner Mapps.
Director Taylor, thank you for that presentation, and thank you for this very important work. I'm really excited about the direction you're going in. I have a series of kind of technical questions that I hope we can tick through fairly quickly here. And a lot of these are rooted in Bureau-specific concerns. First, I just wanted to get a sense of the degree to which city bureaus were engaged with as you develop these recommendations, and if you had a chance to engage with city bureaus, what concerns did you hear?
We presented through the Fair Contracting Forum, and we have many city bureau agents embedded in the Fair Contracting Forum, and so through that means we presented, and we've received feedback. We've also received feedback on the ordinance, particularly around expanding certifications. So we've had valuable feedback from the bureaus. I think Kathleen Massey could probably speak more to bureau collaboration, being that the RWEA was in play many years before I got here, right?
Yeah.
And so the construct of that, to speak with that in a granular way, Kathleen Massey, I offer you an opportunity, and also Kathleen Brennis-Marua, to bring a little bit more context in how our bureau partners were leveraged here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm Kathleen Massier with Procurement Services. I'm the Compliance Services Manager. So I've been working on the RWEA, the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement, for about the last year and a half. That was primarily those negotiations are primarily closed, right? We participated with Metro and Multnomah County in those negotiations, as well as the trades and our equity stakeholders. In the early beginnings of the C2P2 framework, we did have several meetings with different bureau staff as that framework was being formalized, which was really kind of the larger picture items around workforce diversity goals, tracking and reviewing progress on goals, developing the workforce agreement, and implementing the worksite anti-harassment strategies, everything that involves the whole idea, big picture C2P2 framework. And then as Bigo mentioned, we've had conversations as part of the Fair Contracting Forum. I think we've had conversations with internal bureau staff sort of as we were gearing up for this in terms of how this might impact projects, right, moving forward. So those are still kind of ongoing conversations. I don't know if that addresses the full extent of your conversation, but or question, but
sure.
That's
Well,
what's been happening.
Do you know if we met with, or if you met with chief engineers for the infrastructure bureaus or the bureau heads over in our infrastructure organizations on this?
I don't have particular knowledge of meeting with chief engineers specifically, Commissioner Maps. But I think as we move forward with the construct implementation, we're welcoming our bureau partners. And so, specifically that technical community, we collaborate with them quite a bit. So it won't be a heavy lift to incorporate them into this plan as we move towards implementation.
That would be great. I think we might wind up with a better work product if we included the bureau heads at Water, Environmental Services, Pbot in particular, there are probably others, and our chief engineers over there too. But it'll be collaborative or whatnot, just to kind of complete the conversation. Another question: do we know when the RWEA will be ready to use? And so I'm asking for folks who are working on projects and maybe they've just started a community benefits agreement or a community equity and inclusion plan, but might be interested in pursuing the RWEA. What's the timeline on this look like?
Absolutely. I think that's a great question. Kathleen Brennis-Marua, can you talk to us about how bureaus can partner with us in the short term to, I guess, assess the candidacy of their upcoming projects and how they fit into the RWEA?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, I am Kathleen Brennis-Marua, Procurement Manager for Design and Construction Services. We anticipate that we will be ready to roll out the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement sometime in May. Commissioner Maps, as you indicated, there are conversations needing to be had with chief engineers and bureau representatives. Include them in the conversation of how to best roll out this agreement and incorporate it into contracts. It is intended to be incorporated into new construction contracts moving forward over $5 million. There are a couple of projects that currently are under the community benefits agreement that will continue to operate under the community benefits agreement, but where the construction contract has not yet been awarded, we will be working with those bureaus to then implement the regional workforce equity agreement for those projects.
Thank you. Kathleen, this question might go to you. Do you have a sense of when we would be using alternative contracts versus low bid, or what happens to low bid? And
so we currently have a process requirements where the threshold had been at 10 million. Bureaus are required to complete an analysis, conduct an analysis during their planning phases of public improvement projects to determine what the best delivery method will be. So that has been a practice in place for several years now. With the implementation of this agreement, we would lower that threshold to 5 million to require to require bureaus in collaboration with procurement to look at the projects that they have planned and where alternative delivery will best meet the needs of the city and for that project.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have one last question. So it's my understanding that the RWEA will be funded through the COEP fund. I don't know if you spell that out or you're supposed to sound it out. However, the COEP fund goes to many different efforts. So I'm just trying to figure, do we have a formula to figure out how those funds will be, how we'll determine which COEP funds will go to the RWEA and which will go to other projects?
Those are conversations that we're currently engaging in, and we will be pulling in representatives from the various bureaus, infrastructure bureaus with construction contracts to determine as we move forward. Yes, the Community Opportunities and Enhancement Program funding will be used toward the provision of technical assistance and workforce supportive services in alignment with the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement. But there have been no determinations made on how the funding will be distributed at this time. It's more of, we need to bring all the stakeholders in to have the conversation of what the future, what that looks like in the coming year. So to date, Prosper Portland has been administrating the COEP funding for the city of Portland. But we are having those conversations with Prosper Portland, and we'll be bringing other stakeholders together to determine how we move forward.
Great. And I just have one last question. This is specific to ratepayer bureaus. So I think this is connected with the COEP funds. So if we take funds that come from utility bureaus, are they have they participate in this project? Are there still constraints on how those funds can be spent? Like right now, I can only spend ratepayer dollars on delivering water or sewer services. Does that change at all in this system?
Yes and no. And I'm going to ask if Mac Mahoney is on the call to step in to talk about the rubric and the ruling that was recently received on how we should be utilizing ratepayer funds.
For the record, this is Mac Mahoney with the City Attorney's Office, and I'm actually going to bounce this question to Karen Moynihan if I can, because she was the one who litigated this matter. So, and she's on the call, so I lucked out today.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yes, specifically, there are still going to be restrictions on the use of ratepayer funds. We did recently, last week, get an opinion from the court saying that the entire rubric has been deemed to be allowable as with respect to city charter restrictions on the use of money. So COEP funds that are used specifically for Water Bureau or BES projects will be allowable for the use of all of those different rows of the rubric, for example, for training disadvantaged workers, for providing technical support to the businesses that are certified, also even for other forms of support for those particular workers. For example, in the rubric, we had examples of bus passes or childcare, all different examples. Now, the court warned us to stick to those particular examples that are given on the rubric because there can be an as-applied challenge. Which means that anyone can come along and say, hey, you're using that money in accordance with the rubric, but now we're thinking that that's not in accordance with the charter restrictions. We're already starting at a much better place because the judge found that council used its discretion and full transparency in coming to these decisions. The two other categories in the rubric that we had litigated were for trades, expenditures of ratepayer funds on trades most commonly used by the Water Bureau and BES. And so some of you were in council at the time, and you'll remember that we had a very lengthy council hearing about those issues, and specifically on trades such as I'm making this example up, pipe fitters. So if the Water Bureau needs pipe fitters, but really can't employ those people on its staff, but every now and then needs to reach to the community, there will be more people in that particular industry to reach out. So Commissioner Hardesty, time and again, when I've heard you in council say, we need more workers, we are hoping that those funds can be used in the development of those disadvantaged workers, women, minorities, people of color, and other disadvantaged workers, that pool will be developed. So that was a very positive development when we received that court hearing. And again, the entire rubric was found to be allowable by the court. So if you have any questions, I can certainly be very excited to answer them.
Well, Karen, thank you so much for that information. I probably will ask my staff to reach out just so that everyone's up to speed and on the same page. And Mr. Mayor, colleagues, that's the end of my questions.
Very good. And colleagues, we will be taking a break after this. And I apologize. I'd had a request some time ago and I forgot. And I also just want to express that closed captioning for several hours in a row is a very, very difficult thing to do. So I really want to thank our closed captioners today and thank you for your patience. Commissioner Hardesty. Muted.
Oops, I was already on a roll. See, when I thank the mayor, all of a sudden you can't hear it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Taylor, for your excellent work and the time that you've been here. I really had a question about the COEP program, the one that started with $10 million, and now we're asking to drop that to $5 million. I want to know what the outcomes have been with Prosper Portland on when they inherited this program and all of a sudden they were tasked with taking it on. Do you have any data on what the outcomes have been since Prosper has been taking on this effort?
I won't speak for my colleagues at Prosper on this call. I will, lobby for a meeting with your staff in tandem with my partners from Prosper to present that data in tandem. And I just want to reiterate that I believe Kathleen and her team can actually compete an alternative contract without $1 of COEP funding. So I don't want to commingle the RWEA and make it seem like a program that has to be funded by some particular, bucket of money.
Right.
The construct itself from an ideology perspective can go on its own. I think for it to be successful, it would need that. But to your question specifically, I will not speak for my Prosper colleagues today on this call, but I would love to have an opportunity to schedule a meeting with us to present that information to you.
I'd love that, Director Taylor. And I asked that question because I remember when this was in front of the council to create that program. And I know that minority contractors were concerned that $10 million is a huge contract to then get the opportunity to invest some money into their workers in order to build these small businesses. So I always thought that was just it was a way to actually not do the work, to actually put the threshold at 10 million. So I am really interested in what happened at that 10 million mark because we had a lot of public testimony wanting that mark to be closer to 2 million rather than 10 million. Right. So we're now going to change it to 5 million. But I believe today that none of these measures are emergencies. So I think I would want to get that question answered before I finally vote it. But I will say, Director Taylor, that because of you, I will support the disparity study. I've been around too long and I've seen the last 2 disparity studies be done and then placed on a shelf. Especially the one that was $1.8 million, 13 volumes, and no one did anything with it, right? So, I've been pushing back against the disparity study, but because of the work that you've done, I have confidence that you are going to get the right contractor to get us the right information. What I already know is there is a plethora of minority-owned firms and women-owned firms that don't get the opportunity today to get any type of resources from the city of Portland. And so it's not that we have to grow our own. It's not that we have to build businesses. We actually have to make opportunity available for those businesses that exist. And I know that minority businesses are the best businesses to hire other minorities and train them. And we have just failed miserably over the last forever at the city of Portland to actually achieve those aspirational goals. I think the 3 proposals you put in front of us today gives us a roadmap to actually start down this path to make sure that we're not just talking about equity, but we are equitably making opportunity available for minority and women-owned firms who have not had an opportunity in the past. I guess I have another question that has nothing related to the 3 proposals in front of us. Are there contractors that are model contractors that we would like to highlight as being responsible contractors that are inclusive of minority and women-owned firms? And if there are, I'd like to figure out a way to actually highlight them and reward them for doing this work without us actually forcing them to do it. And I honestly think we should, as a policy, figure out, and we've had a white majority contractor for a decade that has received $30 to $40 to $50 million from the city, and they are not able to find minority and women. I question why we continue to contract with them. And because again, we keep saying as a city, we have these values, but up until recently, no one has actually held anyone accountable for those value statements. And so this is not a question I want you to answer today, Director Taylor, but I want to have a conversation with you about how do we highlight the contractors who are in fact doing the right thing, and how do we eliminate opportunity for those who aren't? Because I'm tired of seeing these contracts come through that, we just can't find people of color. I just don't know where they look. So thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you for your remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Keelan, do we have any public testimony on any of these 3 ordinances?
Yes, Mayor.
How many people?
Looks like we have 2 people signed up.
All right, why don't we go ahead, do that, and then move these to second. Go ahead and each individual 3 minutes, name for the record, please.
First up, we have Connie Ashbrook.
Good morning. Afternoon, actually. Connie, it looks like you're still muted.
I don't think you're muted now, Connie.
Am I up now?
Yeah, there you are. We
Okay,
can
great.
see you
Thank
and we
you.
can hear you. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you all for your service to the city. My name is Connie Ashbrook, and I live in Southeast Portland. I'm here to speak in support of the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement, representing members of the Community Equity and Inclusion Committee, which was convened to monitor the equity goals of construction projects under the Community Equity and Inclusion Plan. Besides myself, the other members who wanted to show their support are Faye Birch, Michael Birch, Art Cortez, Herb Fickey, Kelly Haynes, Tom Pearson, and Maurice Roming. Many of you know me, but for those who don't, I'm the founder and former executive director of Oregon Tradeswomen, now retired and replaced by the talented Kelly Kupchak. I have followed the work of the city in its effort to bring fairness to the wealth that is created through city construction contracts since I was appointed by Mayor Vera Katz to the city's Fair Contracting Forum back in 1996. As members of the CEIC, we highly recommend approval of the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement. This agreement is aligned with the city's core values of anti-racism, equity, collaboration, fiscal responsibility, and others. In addition, it is aligned with the City of Portland procurement strategic plan, an important effort to improve the city's social equity and contracting programs. As we have seen on the CEIC, as we monitor those projects through our roles, contractors who don't want to follow the city's workforce goals can take advantage of loopholes. Having a stronger workforce program will fill gaps in the city's current system, leading to increased racial and gender justice, increased development of the workforce needed to fill critical worker shortages. It makes good government sense, and will result in an increased number of minority and women workers on city projects who complete their apprenticeships and build the pipeline for the next generation of minority and women-owned firms. As CPO Taylor spoke to the retention of BIPOC and women workers, the main two reasons they drop out of apprenticeship and don't complete is for harassment and lack of sufficient work hours, and this agreement will make them able to graduate. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Twana Hennessy.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner Hardesty, Maps, Rubio, and Ryan. Thank you for allowing me to join you all this afternoon, and to provide testimony. For the record, my name is Twana Hennessy, and I represent the Pacific Northwest Regional Council of Carpenters, along with my ally, the Metropolitan Alliance for Workforce Equity. On behalf of these organizations, I highly recommend approval of the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement, which you've already heard referenced as the RWEA. The Regional Workforce Equity Agreement is a meaningful and powerful tool that can revitalize economic development and address job insecurity, housing insecurity, educational gaps, and more specifically, economic disparity in historically disinvested communities, which happen to be communities of color, those with low incomes, diverse workers, and minority and women-owned businesses. The RWEA is aligned with the city's core values and addresses each one. In this agreement, it requires that everyone on a job site participate in anti-harassment or respectful workplace training. It also has protections for BIPOC and women-owned smaller firms who already have a diverse workforce. It levels the playing field and gives everyone an opportunity to build wealth for their families for generations to come. At the table were public owners, trades, carpenters unions, sometimes agreeing and at other times working through disagreements to arrive at a consensus. And it doesn't stop there. The RWEA provides an opportunity for these same groups and others to serve on a regional oversight committee where the collaboration will continue. Through better coordination and among contractors, owners, minority trade association, labor unions, apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship programs, and community-based organizations, logistical issues will be minimized and projects will be completed on time and under budget. The Regional Workforce Equity Agreement allows for us to work in a more inclusive and community-centered way. Therefore, it is the best tool, not only for our city, but for our region. Again, on behalf of Pacific Northwest Regional Council of Carpenters and the Metropolitan Alliance for Workforce Equity, I highly recommend approval of the Regional Workforce Equity Agreement. Thank you for listening.
And that completes testimony.
All right, colleagues, anything else? It was good conversation. People asked great questions. Commissioner Rubio.
Mayor, I see that Nate McCoy is on from NAMC. Is it possible for him to speak? I think he had tried to sign up.
If you'd like, Nate, are you there?
Yes, Mayor, we are here. Would make one modification request, if okay, if we could have maybe 4 minutes, since I'm joined by our COO at NAMAC, and many of you know her, Molly Washington, if that's okay, Mayor.
Always asking for an exception to make my job incredibly difficult. But you know what? I will allow it because you guys always have something interesting to say. So go for it.
Absolutely. Appreciate that consideration. This is too important today, so I appreciate it. Today, for good of the order, I am Nate McCoy, Executive Director of the National Association of Minority Contractors, our Oregon chapter, also referred to as NAMAC Oregon. Also here joined by with Molly Washington, our COO. Knowing we're short on time, I first want to say I applaud the city for hiring Pbot Taylor and working with this procurement team. He's been phenomenal to work with already, being very new on the scene and already bringing a lot of innovation. And I think Commissioner Hardesty echoed many of those comments already. On on this journey, as a former employee of the city of Portland myself, as a project manager with Prosper Portland and the Portland Housing Bureau, we've been on this journey for the last 10 years plus, and NAMAC even longer than that. And what we found through some of my efforts, as well as this organization's efforts, we've been a part of every disparity study in the last 12 years. Port of Portland, ODOT, and the city of Portland, and Prosper Portland. All of them, as Commissioner Hardesty stated, have failed in many ways. And I think what we've noticed is on some of these disparity studies, we don't even use the anti-racism model that we are all talking about today, which starts with centering those who are most harmed and affected to make sure that they are addressed in many of these study results. And what we've seen across the board with many disparity studies is they talk to a handful of people, many of them already working on some of these city projects, a lot more not working on them, don't know these people calling them, not answering the questions. Even some of the questions are already rigged as far as already alluding to an outcome. And so Molly and I have honestly been working even right now as we speak with ODOT on their disparity study to really tease out some of these traits we see that seem like we're rubber stamping processes and not really talking to those most affected. So my recommendation, and Molly will have some points as well, is that we also start with the availability data, which is the most important. I think Hardesty again said that in her remarks. We can talk about utilization on projects, but if minority contractors aren't already on them, what data points are we really asking about? We need to know who's out there. And NAMAC would love to help out on that as the biggest minority contractor association in America. We see ourselves working on many of these projects already as one organization that should be a part of the procurement writing, not just what happens once we award the company, but the procurement writing is ultimately the best role that we see us and others in the community supporting, and then making sure we get the right folks as maybe somebody on a panel, as many of these disparity consultants over the years have either had friends here in our state or somehow just continue to do the work and do it lackluster. Second being the certification process. Oh, stop. Let me stop there and allow Molly. Sorry, excuse me. Let me allow Molly to say something on disparity study.
Boy, I saw that time ticking down there. I had to kick him in the shin. So Molly Washington, Chief Operating Officer for NAMAC Oregon. I've had the pleasure of working on these different initiatives with the city during my time with the city and the city attorney's office, really seeing it from the inside, and then coming over to NAMAC and seeing, how does this really impact our members and our community of contractors of color. And, one of the common themes that I've seen is that we're all trying to get there. We're trying to answer some really complicated questions around workforce diversity and around ensuring equitable opportunities for our contractors of color on these construction projects. And so I think an important thing to note for everybody here is the RWEA helps to answer some of those questions about workforce diversity, but it doesn't necessarily answer the question around contracting and contracting equity. And it defers that to each region, jurisdiction that's going to be adopting this to their own plans. So there is some inconsistency there because we're going to have different, the metro, the county, the city, everybody has a different way to approach utilizing contractors of color on the project. I think one thing we need to recognize is that our members, our contractors, when you ask them, what is your definition of success? What they say to us is that their definition of success is the health and the well-being of their community. So when they're looking for their workforce, they're going to the tribes, they're standing outside of colleges, they're on the corner of MLK and Killingsworth holding up a sign. They're really diving into the community because their platform to provide that support to the community is the construction industry. But their vision, their value, and their goal is their people. And so the disparity study that the city is looking at doing, having an alternative certification process, that those initiatives are really going to help for the city to target who it is as far as contracting companies that they really are trying to uplift here, and to see that those companies will, in some instances, be exempt from the RWEA requirements because those may be barriers or hurdles to their inclusion. And these two initiatives, workforce and contracting equity, they're not two opposing adversarial points. They are one side of a single coin and they work together in unison. So thank you all for your time. Thank you for allowing me to go a little bit over there. Appreciate it.
Yes, you did. I did notice that. But thank you. It was good insight. We appreciate it. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you. I know we're about to break, but I just wanted to appreciate Nate McCoy. Nate McCoy has been on the other side of the council table for decades, having this conversation. And it is when the first words out of his mouth was how happy he was that we hired Director Taylor, I knew we were on the right track because that is not normally what we hear when we're out talking to small minority and women-owned contractors. In fact, that's not the norm. So I want to appreciate Nate McCoy and his business partner for being here today. Did I hear you say you used to work for the city attorney's office and now you work for NAMCO?
Yes, that's correct.
Man, you are real fine. And I know Nate McCoy is very grateful to have someone with your expertise and behind the scene knowledge working with NAMCO. So I think that's a great team. And I look forward to what comes next, because as we know, these three things won't fix what is fundamentally broken in our system, but it will start us on the path towards more accountability, more transparency, and hopefully more work opportunities for minority and women-owned firms. So thank you both for being here today. And I got to say thank you again, Director Taylor.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Item 275. This is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. Item number 276 is also a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. 277 is a non-emergency ordinance. It too moves to second reading. Colleagues, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more items. What I'm going to try to do when we come back from our break, assuming our closed captioner chooses to come back from the break and our able council clerk staff comes back from the break, I'm going to attempt to move us relatively quickly through those items so we don't run right into the 2 p.m. council session, which could very much happen. A number of these are second readings. 3 of them are second readings. So I would just ask those who are making presentations in the final items to be judicious in terms of your use of time. With that, we are in recess. It's 12:52. Let's come back just a couple of minutes after 1 p.m. We are in recess. item number 278 on the regular agenda. This is a second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. We've already heard a presentation. There's been opportunity for public testimony. Is there any more business on this item? Seeing none, Keelan, please call the roll.
Mayor, may I read the title and then call the roll?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Please do.
Okay, thank you. Authorize grant application in amount up to $2 million to the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance to assist the Police Bureau to implement a body-worn camera program.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, I'm incredibly excited by this opportunity. In my view, we have a real opportunity here to secure much needed funding for the implementation of our body-worn camera program. Seeing as we are currently in legal proceedings with the DOJ around several issues stemming from the 2014 use of force settlement agreement, one of which is the implementation of body-worn camera policy. I believe that we are uniquely positioned to be highly competitive applicants for this grant funding. This grant application is timely as city staff, including staff from all of our council offices, began PPA negotiations on body-worn camera policy just yesterday. Given the fact that we remain the only major jurisdiction in the country without body-worn cameras, we should be looking at all the assistance we can get in the rapidly building a program that works. Securing these matching funds would be a huge win for Portland. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I am pleased that we are applying for federal funding for our body-worn camera program. Again, I want the public to be assured that we will not purchase one body cam before we have a body-worn camera policy in place. And we need to make sure we get the policy right. It doesn't matter to have police officers with body cams if the body cam footage is not being used in a way intended. And as the DOJ has recommended, this is an accountability tool that will help us have a better police force and one that the public will have more confidence in. I'm very happy to vote aye for this.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I also want to thank our city team for their work on this. And additionally, we're working still closely with the city attorney's office and Director Mike Myers to ensure the contract's in alignment with the process we're engaging in for the policy. These additional dollars, should we get them, will be a significant lift of stress on our general funds. And I'm very excited about this opportunity for Portland and our police bureau. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
In short, there's no downside to approval of this item. As we all know, we're required under the DOJ settlement agreement to implement a body-worn camera program. Submission of this grant application would do nothing more than provide potential funding to ease a burden on the city. I want to thank Tammy Mayer and her team for identifying this significant opportunity and bringing it forward. I vote aye, and the ordinance is adopted. Next item, please, 279. Emergency ordinance.
Remove 1983 deed restriction imposed by ordinance number 150106 that requires lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, block 3, Deacon Court to remain as recreational open space for the life of the Deacon Court housing project.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, Home Forward will redevelop Deacon Court. It's located in Concordia neighborhood. Currently, there are 40 units built in 1972 into 187 units of affordable family housing using Metro bond funds. With this project, which contributes towards the city's Metro bonds goals and align with our community's priorities to create more permanently affordable housing in underserved areas, prevent displacement, and meet the housing needs of families. We thank the developer Home Forward for increasing housing opportunities for low-income families at Deacon Court and adding spaces for residents to access service, gather outdoors, and play. I will now pass the mic to the Housing Bureau Director, Shannon Callahan, to present and talk more in depth about the project. Hello, Director Callahan, please take it away.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner Ryan.
All right, it's you, Ms. Chen. I now turn over to you, Jill Chen. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Jill Chen, Housing Investments and Portfolio Preservation Manager at Portland Housing Bureau. I just want to give the commissioners and the mayor the opportunity to skip our presentation and just touch on some highlights for this project, given the timing we have. This is one of the 14 projects under the PHB Metro Bond projects. It is a critical component of our obligations to meet 1,475 units. This will create almost 10% of those units. We are seeking City Council approval to remove the deed restriction since City Council previously approved this in the 1980s. This is an administrative measure which is required in order to move this project forward. The project and Home Forward has conducted multiple community outreach, have a community board, and have reached out to Concordia as well as Kenton neighborhood associations. No objections have been received regarding the open space restrictions. We have, I also want to point out that this particular project has multiple family size units and also multiple units for permanent supportive housing to address the homeless households. It will also meet all of PHB's equity and contracting requirements of 30% for hard cost and 20% for soft cost. So with me is Jonathan Trutt of Home Forward, who is the Director of Development and Community Revitalization. And we are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions on this item? Good presentation. Thank you. Keelan, any public testimony on this ordinance?
No one signed up.
Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty. Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
I'm sorry, did I miss? I didn't hear my name. Aye.
Thanks, Commissioner Hardesty. Wheeler.
I vote aye. The ordinance is adopted. Item number 280. This is a second reading, but before we get that, I would like to make a motion to add an emergency clause to this item because a delay in passage to the ordinance would cause a lapse in services provided by the joint office. Keelan, if you could read it.
Amend Joint Office of Homeless Services intergovernmental agreement with Multnomah County to extend the term of agreement.
Can I get a second?
Second. Aye.
Second from Commissioner Ryan. Any further discussion? Please call the roll on the amendment.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted to the main motion. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, here we are. We're back. Thank you, Mayor. And colleagues, as I stated last week, there are many factors at play regarding the city and the county's agreement around the Joint Office of Homeless Services that require a one-year extension. Since last summer, staff from the city, including staff from my office, definitely want to thank Chief of Staff Kelly Torres for the many meetings that she was involved in. And we've been involved in intensive negotiations around the amendments to the IGA. In fact, I've had the pleasure of frequently updating all of my colleagues about that. The city, for its part, has been advocating for increased oversight in the hiring, goal setting, evaluation of the director, improved data, and reporting practices, to just name a couple. And as I mentioned last week, the city has been working hard at improving our partnership with the county to respond to the homeless crisis. Personally, I've spent many hours on this partnership, and it's been quite obvious shortly joining the council that it really needed to keep being repaired. I've enjoyed my many one-on-one conversations with Chair Kafuri And even though we don't agree all the time, we continue to have the dialogue and continue to work together to try to build a much better, more cohesive partnership that shows more alignment, more clarity about roles. And I do think we have a lot of momentum going into what will be a very important negotiation that will begin real soon in June, looking at the longer term. And the 38 million in coordinated strategic services that the city and the county made during the fall bump process is a great example and a glimpse of what's possible when we really do work together effectively. The joint office negotiations are still underway, as I said, and right now there are significant transitions happening within both jurisdictions and within the joint office itself. Elections are happening this fall. Voters will select a new county chair. We know the composite of this organization will look different, and we feel it is wise to include these new players at the negotiation table. I'm grateful to my colleagues who have spoken to me privately many times and in public about their concerns around the joint office. You all know that I share your concerns, as I have been voicing them publicly since even before I was sworn into this role less than 2 years ago. There's no question we must improve the nature of our relationship with the Joint Office of Homeless Services. With a one-year extension, it is my hope the city can work with the county to do just that. Homelessness continues to be our #1 crisis, and we owe it to all Portlanders to keep digging deep. And I will keep doing this work, and I look forward to engaging you all over the next year as we find a path forward that serves our city and our county well. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ryan, I just want to thank you for your ongoing work on creating a better intergovernmental agreement between the city and the county. I know how difficult this work is. I know the kind of pressure that you have been under to fix a system that was broken long before you arrived at City Hall. This is an opportunity, I think, and you said it very well. We're in the middle of election season, and the next chair will be vital to making sure that we can hold that next chair accountable to the specifics that will be in the new IGA that you are developing. It will be a breath of fresh air for us to be able to publicly show what the city's responsibility are and what the county's responsibilities are without us actually pointing fingers at each other, but because we have a contractual arrangement that actually is transparent and is clear to the public and to city and county employees. This is not an easy task that you have been given, but I think this is absolutely the right thing to do to extend this for a year, because we know by the end of the year, we'll know who the new chair will be. And I have every confidence that you will start that conversation the day after election, and we will be in a much better position when we actually approve that new IGA. Thank you so much for your hard work. Thank you to Mark Bond and your office for his incredible work. And thank you to the county for actually coming to the table and staying at the table, even though these have been extremely hard conversations. I'm very happy to vote aye on the extension, and I look forward to continuing partnering with you, Commissioner Ryan, on making sure we get this right. I vote aye.
I want to thank Commissioner Ryan for all the work he and his office have done on this IGA. Today, I will vote yes on extending this IGA for 1 year, but I hope this council does not wait another year before we begin discussions about deeper changes that should be made to this intergovernmental agreement. The amendments before us today do 3 things. First, these amendments extend the term of this contract until June 30th, 2023. Second, these amendments clarify the process for hiring the director of the joint office. And third, these amendments deal with a handful of technical issues. I'm glad to support all of those changes. At the same time, over the past 6 years, this program has changed a lot. In fact, this is the 13th time this council has amended the Joint Office IGA. And since we created this IGA, the county has elevated the Joint Office from a program to a department. Given all that change, I believe it's time this council evaluates the work done by the joint office and reevaluates the city's relationship to the joint office. Here's what I hope to see in the next iteration of the IGA. First, we need greater clarity about the parts of the homeless crisis which are clearly a city responsibility, the parts of this homeless crisis which are a county responsibility, and the parts of the houseless crisis which are our shared responsibility. In addition, we need greater clarity about how Portland's houseless service system is going to respond to emergent issues like the rise of houselessness on Portland's sidewalks, the mental health crisis we see on the streets, the new generation of street drugs which are ravaging the houseless community, and the epidemic of gun violence which we see on these streets. Further, we need better data on the houseless population. And finally, we need better data on the services delivered by the joint office and the cost of those services. I look forward to having those conversations with my colleagues, both on this council and at the county. But in the meantime, I will vote aye.
Rubio.
Mr. Ryan, I want to thank you for your commitment to this work and your tireless hours and your staff as well. And also to Chair Kafori and the county for continuing dialogue about this partnership. The truth is we need to be in partnership with one another and other jurisdictions even to address our challenges of today. And I'm glad to support this. This 13th Amendment to the Joint Office will ensure that we're able to continue these conversations and the work also continues uninterrupted for the next year. The city of Portland is invested in the work of this office, and I look forward to the continued dialogue around our separate and joint responsibilities and also our shared goals of meeting the needs of our houseless community. So I vote aye.
Wheeler.
Yes, I also want to extend my thanks to Commissioner Ryan and to his team. I think they did the very best job possible at getting some new items put into this IGA, and that's an important step forward. And I want to acknowledge the amount of energy and bandwidth and just the sheer number of hours that Commissioner Ryan and his team put into this. I'm very grateful for their service. That said, I'm voting yes to approve the one-year renewal on this IGA, despite some very deep reservations that I have about this partnership as it stands today. Homelessness, as I think you're all aware, is my top priority. I want to do more for those who are living outside, unsheltered in the elements, people living on our streets in squalid and dangerous conditions. We need to move these folks into immediate shelter, ensure that they are connected with whatever services or help they need, and ultimately to get them housed. And I want to be very clear. I keep reading about this being an either or proposition. Either it's shelter or it is housing. And as long as we continue to bifurcate these two critical components of a spectrum of services, we will be doing this community a grave injustice. It is not an either or proposition. It must be a both and proposition. Interim Director Singleton and I met yesterday extensively. We shared our thoughts. And I'm very pleased to work with her and her team at the Joint Office on long-term negotiations, recognizing that the status quo is not acceptable to me and obviously to some of my colleagues as well. Commissioner Mapps did a good job of laying out some of the questions that I still have that are as of yet unanswered. There are some administrative issues that need to be addressed. There's some philosophical issues that we need to have frank conversations about in terms of the priorities of this office. I'm concerned about the decision to make the joint office a county department. Having served as the county chair, I know that the county chair is the chief executive officer for the county and the chief human resources officer for the county. So the question is, if this is a joint office, why don't we have a full say in who leads this office and make decisions on an ongoing basis collectively around leadership? That's just one issue. I agree with my colleagues that there needs to be clarity on who is responsible for what. I would like to know to what degree unsheltered homeless individuals in our community are a priority for the joint office going forward. That conversation needs to happen in the context of these ongoing negotiations. And finally, I will agree with Commissioner Hardesty that this is sort of an odd negotiation because you have a assembly, which is effectively what we are negotiating with one point of contact at the county, which is the county chair. And that individual will change in the next couple of months. And as those of you know who are following the county chair's race, there's some widely differing views amongst the candidates for Multnomah County Chair about what the future of the joint office should be and what our approach to homelessness in our community should be. And so I do believe it's appropriate to extend this for 1 year until that election is resolved and we know who is in the leadership position at the county. I do believe we should commence the negotiations quickly. There are things that we can start discussing today with Director Singleton in her interim basis, and she expressed an interest in working with us and hearing our concerns. So my reluctant favorable vote today marks what I see as a beginning of a 1-year discussion about what we need to do differently in order to better serve all of the people of this city, the people who are living on our streets in inhumane circumstances, as well as the broader community, which is unquestionably impacted by homelessness in our city. I look forward to reconstituting this partnership in this new context and making the necessary changes for the next 5 years. I want to close where I started. Commissioner Ryan, thank you for exceptional leadership. Thank you for hearing the concerns of this council and carrying those concerns into the negotiation. And thanks to your team as well. I vote aye. The ordinance is approved. Next up, item 281, please. Emergency ordinance.
Reassign operation and management of Southwest Main Street right-of-way between Southwest Nato Parkway and Southwest First Avenue to the Bureau of Transportation and authorize a reduced lease rate to Multnomah County for a 10-year period.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have David McElderry here from Pbot to speak on this matter.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm David McEldowney. I'm Pbot's right-of-way management and permitting division manager, and I'm here to present an ordinance that is the result of work between Multnomah County, Portland Parks and Recreation, and the Portland Bureau of Transportation. I'm going to share my screen with you here, and I'll try to make this super fast.
If you need help, we have the fabulous Keelan can help you with the. You got it.
I think we're getting there. So, okay. What I want to do is I need one more thing on my end, and I'll be ready to go. Okay. What I wanted to cover today, or what this ordinance does, is two things. We want to reassign one block segment of Southwest Main Street to Pbot, and we want to approve a below market lease rate for Multnomah County for a portion of that right of way. And you might ask yourself why it is that Pbot is not in control of the right of way. So I will explain that, but I'm going to show you a picture here first. This is an overhead view, and this is just immediately south of the World Trade Center properties and north of the west end of the Hawthorne Bridge ramps. And what had happened was in 1987, several things happened. One, the city of Portland entered into a lease with Multnomah County for a little triangular parcel of land that set below the highlighted portion you see there, north of the ramp from the bridge, and then to the west of NATO Parkway. A few days later, City Council passed an ordinance to close that block of Main Street to construct a parking lot. And also within that ordinance, City Council assigned this right-of-way to Parks and Recreation to manage as a parking lot. The 3 points I just mentioned are covered in the first 3 bullet points there. So fast forward 30 years, the City of Portland has approved the construction of the Central Courthouse, a block to the south from here. And Multnomah County had reached out to the city wanting to terminate the lease for their portion of the parking lot. And at the same time, approached the city about leasing the remainder of the parking lot from the city for use for the courthouse parking lot for the vehicles that the prisoner transport vehicles and security escorts for the judges. So I will show you the parking lot there today. You might recognize that just across from Waterfront Park. City's right-of-way is essentially from the trees that you see on the right-hand side of the photo to the trees that you see on the left-hand side of the photo. And here's an overhead view. This area is what we would be leasing to Multnomah County for that parking lot. And so what I'm asking for is, once again, reassign this to Pbot, so we would manage this, and then to lease this to county at a below market rate of Pbot's minimum annual rate of $2,750. So what is in this for the city, other than being a good partner to Multnomah County? We have a few things. Multnomah County will pay us that minimum lease rate, but in lieu of paying the market rate for the first 10 years, they're going to construct a multi-use path that will take cyclists from Southwest NATO Parkway up to First. I'm going to skip ahead and show you a photo there. This will be the parking lot when it's done. That dark gray swath that you see going from NATO on the right to First on the left is the path that the county will construct for us. The county will also compensate Parks and Recreation almost $20,000 for future improvements to a parking lot on the other side of NATO Parkway. The county would construct approximately 500 linear feet of conduit in Southwest NATO Parkway for Pbot. And lastly, the county will execute a quitclaim deed releasing reversionary interests in multiple properties that are owned by the city and under the control of Pbot and Parks. And so with that, I will stop sharing and answer any questions that you might have.
So I have a question. What is revisionary quitclaim? What does that mean?
Well, we have certain properties that we get from the county occasionally, or that we get from ODOT, and they contain a reversionary clause that says if we don't use them for a public purpose, then they will take them back from us. And so what we're hoping is that we'll get those removed, and then it will be up to the city to decide what we want to do. If we want to sell the property, develop it with housing, something different, we can do that.
Thank you. That helps a lot. That was the only thing that stumped me in your presentation. Very concise, specific to the point. Thank you. Mayor, turn it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Colleagues, any further questions? Keelan, do we have any public testimony on this item?
No one signed up.
Very good. Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Thank you, David, for that presentation and explanation. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
Well done, David. I vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Thank you, David, for the presentation, and thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for bringing it forward. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
Excellent work all around. Thank you to the Bureau as well as Commissioner Hardesty and her team. Great work. I vote aye. The ordinance is adopted. Last item on our list this morning is a second reading. Item number 282, please.
Authorize bid solicitation and contracting with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for construction of the Penridge Mains Water Mains Project for an estimated cost of $1,400,000.
Colleagues, is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the ordinance is adopted, and that completes our business for the morning session. I will see you all in 29 minutes for the afternoon session. We are adjourned.